when he was
That
studying
phase.
evocation.
Right,
Exactly.
phase all wizards go through where they're fireball crazy.
This is actually really solid.
Please tell me it's on Spotify.
Probably.
I'll listen to that later. Right. I'm like, what were you guys rolling 12d6 for? And it was the
Just for funsies.
Yeah, it was just for funsies. It was the... what was it? What were we fighting?
It's average damage on something. I don't think you guys fought anything
Yeah.
last game.
No, yeah, it was average damage on a spell, and I can't remember which one, but
Have you seen the new version of Summon Earth or Summon Elemental?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's broken. It does
no.
like 2d8 damage and it scales with every level. So every level does another 2d8, and then it's applied to all your attacks.
Oh.
As long
Yeah,
as it
I
hits
saw
within
a video
15-foot
talking about
range.
that, and
And
it's
that
not
15-foot
melee. It's anything.
Anything,
Too,
yeah.
so, yeah, that's one of the ones that people are assuming is gonna get fixed almost
Yeah.
immediately,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they meant for it to increase by 1d8 per.
Even then, that's still a
Right.
lot of damage.
I mean, it is a lot, but it's a whole lot less than 2d8 per upcasted level.
yeah. And
Should be
like
like 2d8 base and then 1 per upcast.
yeah.
it's insane. So as it is right now, you could just melt, like just one shot things with it.
I
Is
just
you-
like
and
that
it's-
True Strike is actually worth using now.
Oh yeah.
The worst spell in the game, hands down, is now actually okay.
Wow.
Witch Bolt got improved too.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But
nice.
I mean, but True Strike was always that. If you take this,
Yeah.
you're fucking up wholesale.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
True Strike became something like Booming Blade, right?
It's more of like a caster smash, so you can automatically just substitute your spellcasting ability for the attack and damage rolls as opposed to using strength or dex like normal for the weapon, and then you can make it deal radiant damage instead of its normal damage.
Oh.
That's cool. Yeah.
It
And then
kind of lets
and
go melee.
it doesn't attack right then. It's not
Yeah.
like you
Yeah.
cast it
It's
and
hard.
that's
It's
your
like
turn
yeah.
until next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed a lot of little things that make it better. And then I'm excited for like the weapon abilities and all that.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
those are really
so
cool.
fun because I'm gonna be real. I've always kind of favored marshals, even though, especially mid to late, they just get heavily outclassed. So the fact that there's actual stuff you can do, is gonna be so dope.
Agreed.
I don't know why. Just I feel like marshals are just cooler than the wizards.
Rude.
Rude.
I cast fist.
You sound
The
like Bob
casters.
now.
Right.
Well, to
The
be fair,
casters of our party, just
think,
like
think about it this way. A caster did a giant lightning spell to kill a dragon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Melee. A guy just went hand-to-hand combat on a dragon and killed it. Which sounds cooler?
What about
Yeah.
singing?
The thing is, like, the coolest to me is the wizard was able to hit the dragon with the super lightning spell because the warrior was in melee distracting the dragon with his big stick.
That is fair.
That's the best combination. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Teamwork.
So,
Alright, let me get the dog inside. Graham?
so there was a new class with that Hawk was playing with called Tactician,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an intelligence-based class, so it's another intelligence-based.
Yeah. Thank
And
I
the first
vaguely
level
hear about him.
feature is that they're able to add their intelligence modifier to their AC.
Interesting.
Will
Are they
it
like
be
a-
too much if I ask Kate if I can multi-class into Tactician?
Is it like a battlefield control specialist then?
I
Yeah,
don't
that's what it
know.
looked like to me.
Okay.
It kind of looked like a Battlemaster warrior, or yeah, Battlemaster fighter with with some like light half-caster abilities. I didn't really look through it too much.
So
What
what you're
is
saying
this?
is it would be ideal to multi-class with a battlesmith's artificer. That way, intelligence does it all for you.
Yeah,
Right.
or
Literally everything.
or Blade Singer. Yeah, either of those is just going to be as disgusting as like a Pallock dip.
Homebrew, or is it an actual new
It's
thing?
No,
homebrew.
an actual.
No, it's homebrew.
Really?
Anything
Oh, is
anything
it?
third party is homebrew. Yes. Yeah, it's the third party. It's not by Wizards of the Coast.
Why is it in Roll20 then?
Tactician.
Because Roll20 has a lot of third-party stuff available to it, like a fuckload in the marketplace.
Artificer technically considered third party?
That is an official Wizards
Is it
of the Coast
official
class. Yep, because it came out in Eberron and then re-released in Tasha's.
Gotcha.
Blood Hunter.
Bloodhunter is also... Actually, no, Bloodhunter is third-party. It is homebrew.
Yeah, technically homebrew
Because
because,
it
it wasn't
didn't
made
actually...
by Wizards.
That was it.
Yeah.
Is they were trying to get it into Wildmount, but Wizards was like, we can't add more classes. Like that's the big problem with balance in this game is you can't really add classes. You can add subclasses, pretty much no problem, but adding classes creates a bunch of ripple
Yeah.
effects.
Cowards.
Yeah. So they were like, you could keep this, but it's going to be homebrew. Put it on D&D Beyond, and we'll put the rest in the book. And they were like, okay.
Bloodhunter sewed up. I just my favorite class fantasy in any game is like classic Final Fantasy Dark Knight, where you're constantly siphoning health to do shit and
Mhm.
taking help from other people. So I love the idea of like hurting yourself to do more damage. You know,
Right.
Yep. Hey, as long as you can do the math and know that if you're going to take
Yeah,
1d8 damage, don't use that ability if you have less than 8 health.
right?
Look at you, Molly
Don't
Mock.
actually kill yourself.
I wish Samurai got its level 15 ability
Wait,
sooner,
is that
I
how
believe.
Mollymog died?
Yeah, he triggered his fucking Bloodhunter ability and dealt too much damage to
Oh my
himself
God.
during the battle and killed himself. I mean, the NPCs killed him. He just KO'd himself, and then the bad guys were like, "Well, if you're going to be unconscious at my feet, I'm going to stab you in the throat."
I'm
You
going to
just
take advantage
die.
of this.
I was very, very proud of Matt for not pulling the kid gloves on that one, because that was a big mistake by a player, and it was like, "No, you fucked up, man."
Sometimes you gotta reap what you sow.
I'm still surprised none of us have technically died, besides the fact when we're like part of the story.
We made up for it in Curse of Stride.
But
Yeah.
you came
They're
back.
bad.
You came back.
Twice.
I'm saying like
Second
technically
time.
died as in they are eviscerated. No getting them back.
Yeah,
Oh,
no one
Severus was
has like
destroyed.
died
It's
in
gonna
that.
happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sebas was not a player character though.
I know. Don't look too hard behind the curtain. Just enjoy the ride.
For Sebas.
I love all your characters so much. It's I want to scare the piss out of them, but it's a lot of work to write in. But speaking of, as last game, now we have everybody here. Our fond farewells to a few of our new and long-held friends as we said goodbye to Nicholas and Mia, picking up in Eriabor and finishing up the tasks there, with Aerith having a little bit of a study session with his deity, and Stur getting far too drunk. Ken and Mia waking up and choosing to be just a little bit selfish that morning and just kind of sleep in, not even really asleep, but just enjoying the sounds of the city, while the rest of the party rested in preparation for the next day's journey. As you all gathered over breakfast, Koro joined you and informed you of a conversation she'd been having with her dad, and that he had run into a bit of a conundrum, a big wall with writing on it that he recognized but couldn't read, and had asked her to pass a message along to the Wanderers to see if you guys were available to aid him. Having just concluded your trek into the Dale of Earth and returning, you opted to head to Acheron and see what aid you could offer Takashi. But the question came up first of how do we get back to the material plane after we work with Takashi. And so you convince Stir and Mia to stick around within the city, give you guys just a little bit more time to be able to figure out what's going on with this strange wall that Takashi has found himself before they proceed on to Mechanus to help strengthen and fortify the arcane engine that produces the weave of magic that you all are reliant upon for casting. As you gather together in the yard, having said your final goodbyes, you cast out the plane shift, and just as the spell activated, you heard a voice from behind you, and Aerith, a hand grasped your shoulder tightly, and you were all whisked away to Acheron. Emerging within the park courtyard where you always have, you found that Rose had arrived, and after speaking with Emmeline shortly, had realized that you guys were about to leave this plane of existence with no way for them to follow, and ran out to not try to stop you, but to join you. Arriving here in Acheron, there were tense moments and questions. The nature of Rose's right arm was revealed, and the presence of Colinde, the first winter, the white dragon that lived within the worm mask, now speaking quite frequently in Rose's mind, finally presented itself, came out in the open, and words were had, concerns were had, conversations while walking as you met up with Takashi, and he led you through the city to the Temple of Helm in the kind of northwestern corner of the district. All the while, you discuss different ways of trying to remove the mask, remove Rose's arm, purify it, none of which Rose seemed to really be on board with, stating that things were dire and we didn't have time for this. They informed you of everything that they had been, well, not everything, but what they had been working on within the FeyWild, a rebellion in which they had been fighting alongside Thorn and Tasmakella to try and overthrow Titania and restore the FeyWild to its rightful order of chaos. Arriving in the Temple of Helm, you were led down into the rectory in the back, where Takashi had found a bookshelf with a hidden stairway behind it. Following that down and down to the depths of the temple, you found a massive 50-foot wide stone wall covered in celestial writing. As Aerith and Oni began to decipher it, they found that the wall was broken up into 3 sections. The top section being a kind of history or retelling of the myth of Helm, a common one of who Helm was, who he was to the warriors and soldiers who fought for noble victory as he watched from the watchtower beyond the edge of the material plane to judge them as worthy warriors. The bottom half was more of a story of the creation of a city, of a group of people who were selected and granted a home to live in, and in the end, a doorway with which they could traverse the worlds and help maintain order. The middle part, being kind of littered with these strange interlocking circles, had phrases that didn't really make sense. The sun is highest at midnight. The chicken crows in the morning. Things like that. And as Aerith studied it, he realized that some of these words, when flipped upside down, literally meant their inverse. And these circles inlaid in the wall could be rotated. And when analyzed correctly, found 3 points along the wall, these circles that needed to be adjusted and spun. And when the final one locked into place, it kind of intersected the bottom, or the top of the bottom section of wording. The wall erupted into golden light, each rune itself beginning to glow from within before the whole wall just sort of was absorbed in this energy. And from beyond it, Oni could feel a presence more real and less physical than anything any of you have ever stood before. most of you. Actually, I think it might just be Oni and Takashi that didn't stand before Celestia. I'm not sure. God, so many characters. Now I'm trying to remember.
I think Oni was there because
Oni was, yeah, we
messed
broke
with the door.
Yeah, we broke the door and we
That's
repaired
right.
it with the...
So I don't think it was Takashi.
I've been on Mount Celestia, but the door was well and truly closed when I was there.
Gotcha.
And it was
So it
very
would have been,
brief.
yeah, it would have been reminiscent of the same kind of feeling the light from Celestia gave you, but gold instead of that platinum silver. Having uncovered this mystery, you stood before this shimmering wall and opted to take care of a more pressing problem first, as Rose had
Close that.
insisted that attention needed to be given to the battles within the FeyWild. You guys watched the wall for a few moments, spoke a few incantations, and as you said, "Close sesame," a few moments passed, and the wall began to dim.
There's no way.
The stone reemerged from within the light, and it returned to its original state, as it was when you first stepped down here. You guys returned to the rectory above, and speaking with Stir and Mia and Nicholas, said your final goodbyes, as the three of them proceeded on to Mechanus with the Crystal of Earth in tow to help fortify and restore the engine of magic. And from there, you guys left for the FeyWild and emerged within the Morning Wood, a familiar tavern where you guys had arrived here initially, although less populated than it was the first time you came here. And
The first time I
less-
came here was 20 years ago.
far less lively. In the corner in his familiar seat, you saw Bastille, older, wearier, thin and gaunt, kind of hunched over the table, and as you arrived, he looked up and gave you a weary wave and invited you over. He answered a few more of your questions as to what had been happening here, and the impact it had on him, as well as the FeyWild, before proceeding to the forward encampment, where you finally met back up Taz McKellar, who was there to meet you and guide you through this well-established military camp filled with a myriad of Fey creatures, every face, every kind of regional representation you guys had come to recognize within the FeyWild during your first journey, now standing together, and some that you didn't. Werebears and were-tigers, centaurs, maneuvering through the fields, and people all training alongside each other, this kind of low-level cacophony of shouts and orders and laughs and cheers. And as Taz led you through and revealed the title of the Seeker of Summer, the nomiker that Rose had been given, she led you through and to a kind of 30-foot or so wide tent that had been established as the main base here within the encampment. And as you stepped in, I'm going to retcon a little bit of how I described Thorn's look, because I found a better picture for him that works so much better. As you kind of stepped in following Taz McKellar, she didn't run, but kind of quickly walked over to Thorn's side, and he stood up from being crouched over this table. A number of generals and other Fey creatures around him. He looks older. His normally like disheveled and kind of spiked hair that he wore down to his shoulders has been tied back into a bun with a few loose wisps here and there down over his face. He is thin, but strong. He stands taller than you remember, probably closer to 6'2" now, and is well built, wearing kind of a heavy linen tunic with like an undershirt underneath it, and these nice, not regal, but well-made gloves that can go up to just above or just below his elbows. And as he looks up, the whites of his eyes, no pupil, no iris, no anything, just pure white surrounded by this kind of blackish shadow. He smiled and greeted you all and invited you to come over and take a look at the map as they were discussing the ongoing struggle against Titania. And with that, I can pull you over to the map that I have now built, the forward encampment. It's really good to see you guys. He looks over at Taz and smiles. We weren't expecting them for it. It hasn't been a few days, right? And she just shakes her head. No, dear. It's only been about 4 hours since Rose left. I wasn't really expecting them either. Actually, no, it would be about 12 hours. Sorry. I forgot you walked across the city. I thought you were going to offer them some aid before dragging them into our nonsense. Wasn't that what we discussed, dear?
This, they were a little easier to convince than I expected, I suppose.
Glad to know you hold us in high expectations.
Well, when aren't you guys busy? Told them, hey, go find the Wanderers. It'll take a little bit, maybe a couple days. They're always busy doing something else. I wasn't actually expecting you guys to drop everything right away.
I mean, Ken's heart has been breaking over you this whole time, so it was kind of a given.
I need a break from Acheron.
So, turns back to Tez and Thorns. Ta-da!
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say no to it. Still waiting to hear back from the scouts, so it's still gonna be a little bit of time, but it's... He looks over each of you, and the ones he recognizes, he kind of lingers on just a little bit longer. It's really good to see you guys. Like, really, really good. And to see that you seem to be doing well.
For the most part.
I just realized, is there like a naked bear man thing?
He has a it's kind of like a kilt.
He's got pants, sort of.
I'm asking because I was zooming in on Thorn's character sheet and then or on his token. And I'm like, wait a minute, is that a furry?
And as you're kind of like looking at them and kind of looking up and down, the werebear turns to you and in a kind of a much higher voice than you were expecting. You know it's rude to stare. You realize that the bear you've been looking at is female.
Well, put your chest away.
She turns her head towards Thorn and he just kind of gives her a smile. If you want to wrestle him, I'm not going to stop you. And she
No, God.
looks over at Takashi.
I mean,
We
we
have-
haven't stopped you either, so...
More important things to
I warn
discuss.
you, I'm very nimble.
Yeah, as much as I'd put money on him. Not to say anything against you.
Kind of like
Good.
turns
Shoot
and
her while she was riding a dragon.
Yeah,
Sorry about
Thank
that, by
you.
the way.
thank you.
the werebear kind of turns its head and its snout furrows up a bit. You get that look of almost like a raised eyebrow. Oh, so he's the one. Well, maybe I'll seek you out later if you'd be so good of a challenge. The smile stretches to the edge of their mouth. But first, this war. Thorn. Yes. So, as we were discussing, the thorn wall is the problem. Because, a 40-foot tall wall of razor-sharp thorns that can be any depth is,
No big
kind of
deal.
hard to surmount. Yeah. The second obviously, being the dragon, don't quite know where that is yet, so, still
Wait,
discussing
hold
that
up.
one.
Pause. Time out. He like does like the timeout hand gesture. Did you say dragon?
He turns and looks at Rose. You didn't tell him about the dragon?
I was busy. I didn't get
Doing
that
what?
far yet.
Apparently, Titania has found a dragon. This is all we got, all right? So we've had a few...
Color by any
What
chance?
color?
Green? Like, he looks at Rose, mostly green, right? Kind of like... Turns over to Taz, and Taz is like, it's not a chromatic.
Yeah,
It is
not
a...
green.
something else.
It's an emerald.
It's something.
So it's not chromatic, it's not shiny like metal, is it sparkly like a gem?
No, it honestly looks like it's
Covered
made
in
of...
grass.
Yeah, like made of the world itself.
I don't know
fine.
what kind of pellet I need to make for that.
That instead of using
What kind of pellet is grass?
You need a fire type.
I mean, the problem is that, dragons aren't small. And in a city, it's kind of hard to hide one. But now we have her fully pushed back into Astrozalian, but none of our scouts have been able to find it or get any sort of word on it. So that's a concern. But again, it's definitely a concern. Sieging the city with the army is a big one, though. And kind of like motions down to a large parchment that has been kind of pinned across this wooden table that they're all standing around. From the top, Ken, at first glance, you can recognize the kind of road layout of Astrozalian. This is a top-down reconstruction of the city. The way the rivers kind of flow together and the waterfalls tear into each other, the pools of where the water kind of coalesces before draining out into the underground aquifer that takes it out from under the city. And then around it, there is this perimeter that has been drawn that is marked as the Thorn Wall. And it's about a quarter mile out from the city, and Thorn taps on it. So this is going to be the biggest problem. It's hard to siege when there are no entrances to siege the city. We can't stop them from leaving, but we can't get in there very easily either. We have scouts.
I was gonna say, I'm assuming it's like a magical thorn wall that you can't burn down or something.
It burns, but it tends to regrow almost as fast as we can burn it. Not
Fun.
as fast, but yeah, we've tried.
How
And usually
tall is it?
about what did you say, Taz? He looks over her. She goes about 60 feet or so. But climbing it is not going to be viable. The thorns are razor sharp, even to the most robust of hides.
Build a really big staircase.
Yeah, that was my idea. That was what I said.
And
You
I
said that was a
told
bad
you-
idea.
It is a bad idea. It's
Technically, I don't
equally
remember
as
what they're
bad from
called.
him.
But they're like it's a siege engine where it's a
Yeah.
big tower that you move forward, and then we can just drop ropes and have people slide in over the
The other-
ropes.
How tall is it and how wide?
60.
It's about 60 feet tall. The thickness is the big problem. The depth of the thorn wall seems to vary depending on the topography. I did a quick fly around the other day and drew a little bit more attention than I meant to, but it kind of varies. There are some thinner spots that seem to only be 20, 25 feet thick. Others could be 100 or so feet thick.
Jesus Christ.
We're still able to fly though. That's a plus.
Yes, well, I'm able to fly when I take on my natural form, but I try to keep that a little
And then
tight
you're
to the
that
chest.
dragon flying.
Yeah.
Well, I just
Uh,
knew we just came from somewhere where flight was completely inaccessible. So that's at
Oh,
least
that sounds
nice.
Can we
terrible.
go
Oh, it was.
under the thorn wall? Have you tried digging tunnels?
we've dug down. As I'm thinking, like, she would know off the top of her head. I'm trying to think. We burrowed a few dozen feet down with my aid, but it seems like the roots of the thorn wall stretch in that direction as well. We might be able to.
It's also hard to dig a big enough tunnel to get an army through.
Well,
And
you
he's-
don't necessarily need an army. The small team. Because something has to be maintaining the barrier, right?
The Tanya is, and the faith of her people, I assume. And that's kind of the whole. That was like what our plan was. You're right. Surgical strike. That's what we need. We
Yeah, but
need to get.
We need the army in the city, though. We need to surgical strike at the heart.
In the FeyWild, people get sick.
No, not from what I've seen.
Okay. I wasn't about to suggest launching rotting corpses over the wall or anything.
Biological warfare.
Medieval style. Yeah.
Poison the river. That's a tactic
let's
as
not
old
do
as your
that.
people.
No.
I'm half elf.
You're half human.
From Akron. They seem pretty chill over there.
This is a fair point.
What else could we do? So we need the army to be a big distraction while we take
Yes.
up the Tanya. That's the main idea, right?
Yes. Right now, her main forces, her strong elite guards or generals, are all posted up around the Palacio, and just too many. I mean, I know you guys are strong. I know Taz is a very powerful dragon. I know Rose can be extremely persuasive, but we're talking hundreds of powerful Fae, all well equipped. We need to pull that away from the palace. We need to get them a field with her army, where he looks over at Taz and she just closes her eyes and nods and puts like a hand on his shoulder, and he closes his eyes. Where I will lead our armies, Taz will offer support from the air. You guys will cut off the head.
I have a question.
What?
For my gentle rain, it says all allies have advantage on stealth. Does that include an entire army?
Hell yeah, it is in the man.
Because that is within the weather range.
It would. They're your allies. There's no
Could
limit
we
on it.
sneak an entire army?
Well, how large of a field of effect does this spell of yours have?
However big the weather. Can I change the weather? That's actually probably the biggest thing.
Here?
Yes, in the Feywild.
Ooh,
Try.
you're not sure.
Well, if I can change the weather, it's a pretty damn big area. If I can't, well, it's useless.
Give it a try real quick.
Yeah, I can try it right now. Let's
They
do.
did say we have a little bit of time. I assume a day or two, probably, for it.
Oh, actually, I just realized thunderstorm, and it affects all allies. Just buff the entire army with +2 AC and additional lightning damage.
We would. Anything that you could possibly offer to aid the armies would be welcome. We have.
We thought this through when we made this item.
I've thought
Buffing
of
an
it.
entire army.
I like it. Honestly, I love it.
But yeah, I'll try gentle rain to see if I can even use it.
Okay. Roll me a charisma check.
Why? Why charisma? It's always charisma, I swear.
Because it's your force of will on the universe around you. Okay.
Can I use... Hold on, can I use persuasion instead? Because I technically have an additional +5 for persuasion. Because
Flash
of
genius.
elegant courier, I get an additional +5 to my persuasion check.
It's not something that you're
You
really
persuaded
persuading.
the
It's
weather.
more of like, it's more subconscious. But if Ken, you wanted to add your +5 from Flash of Genius,
Let's get this to work, because this seemed like a very good idea.
so as you step outside Takashin, you kind of reach down to the flask canteen that you wear at your waist, your quiver, your sheath. You pop the top off and kind of activate subconsciously that gentle rain native ability within it, and as the water spills out and evaporates into the air around you, you feel the presence. Not a consciousness, but kind of like the world is alive. Like you're not just affecting nature, but you're affecting someone. And it begins to rain.
Okay.
How long does it last for? How long does gentle rain last?
I can make it last an hour.
Okay. Does it require
So-
concentration?
No.
Or is it just charges spent? I can't remember the specific thing.
It's charges spent.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, buffing an army for an hour, pretty good. So honestly, just buffing the army is probably better than just stealthing the army in.
Well, Titania's oppression has how to put this diplomatically? I'm trying to be a little bit less, Taz just nods. Her power has only grown stronger, and that wasn't what we were expecting. It seems that in her defense of our rebellion, she's consolidated all of her strength. If you can help boost our armies, that would put us on an evil, an even, an even field. It would put us on an even level with them, and maybe we could actually siege this city with the forces we have, because all of our previous encounters have always been hit and run. Get out of there before they, know we're going to be there. Overwhelming numbers. This is a whole different type of warfare, and we could use the help.
Okay. I'm just looking through it. So I could either make them more stealthy. I can give them a little bit of temporary HP. I can make it so they have more AC and do more damage. Or I can make it so they move faster and then enemies have disadvantage on ranged projectiles.
That's another good one.
Right, that one sounds like a good lead up.
Yeah, because it lets... Well, it's just I can only do one of these. So,
Per day.
yeah.
I mean, I like the sound of that one that gives us a little bit of lightning with us. Taz.
Oh, I get two charges actually, because I'm tier 4 now, but I would immediately cut one of them off to do a different one.
Right. The extra movement speed would enable us to more quickly react to changes on the battlefield.
Oh,
And
also another thing, the terrain becomes difficult for all enemies,
Ooh.
and they have disadvantage on dex saving throws.
I don't believe
pretty
stealth
handy.
is going to be
No, they know we're coming.
Yeah.
Well, we
stealth,
want them to know we're coming.
Okay, so that leaves Thunderstorm and Hurricane. So either you can make us move really fast and make the enemy really slow and have them struggle with range attacks, or we can just have them do a little bit more tanky and do a little bit more damage.
Taz and Thorn look at each other, and then as they've done so many times in the last 7 years, as in unison they look to you, Rose.
God damn it.
What do
You are
want,
the
Rose?
Seeker of Summer.
Yes, Seeker of Summer.
To
What
be
is
fair,
your
I will
name?
say this. It is cool because the lightning damage, it applies a lightning effect around them. So it's really cool. You want an army that looks like they're crackling with lightning?
That's
There
what
you
we're going
go.
for. Cool factor.
Cool factor.
Ugh.
Yes,
What were the
Seeker of
two?
Summer.
Shut your mouth.
Never.
So you have thunderstorm and hurricane. So thunderstorm,
Boost.
I do 2d8 additional damage, but everyone else
Right.
does 1d8 additional damage, and they have +2 to their AC.
Okay.
However, they can't hide while this is going on. They get like a lightning effect around them.
right.
And they don't want to hide, so I feel like
That's
that's a non-issue. That sounds
Hurricane.
pretty good.
It's not bad.
Okay, hurricane does have a side effect where the wind blows really fast and things can fall over, and I don't control what falls over. That's
That
the
might
DM's discretion.
that might be an issue.
But all enemies have disadvantage on dex saving throws, and the terrain becomes difficult for them, while all allies have their movement speed doubled. Also, enemy projectiles have disadvantage.
Right. That's not terrible either. That Taz, would that cause a problem?
I'm sorry.
Our
I was.
projectiles are not affected, by the way. We still shoot normally. It's just enemies cannot shoot normally.
Right, but high winds and high flight, is that an issue?
It shouldn't affect her movement.
If it wouldn't affect mine, then if she sends her dragon out to meet me, then it would potentially hinder his, or its. Haven't even determined what their name is.
The buildings might fall over.
Fern.
Buildings
we
might
ran
fall
into
over.
that Mind Flayer dragon before. Do you think this is maybe like a hag or a fey dragon?
What is it?
I don't want to think of a hag dragon, dude.
I mean, we did interact with that hag mother thing to get the lotuses.
Oh God. Yeah, you
Oh
think the
yeah,
grandmother's
she'd be back
back?
by now, wouldn't she?
Oh,
Rose
that's not
very,
good.
very quickly averts their eyes and kind of like looks up into the corner of the tent.
Rose does?
Yes.
Why?
You know, I'm glad I wasn't here for that. The hag doesn't know who I am.
Taz and Thorn look at each other, and then look at Rose.
Okay. Listen.
What did you do?
Well, it wasn't just me.
All right,
Fine,
we
what
need
did
all
you
the
and other
information
parties
here.
do?
We're gonna
Yes,
plan an assault.
Okay. Look, blame Bastille. That's what we usually do.
Done and done.
Taz shakes her head. The grandmother is not the dragon. The grandmother is on
No.
our side.
She.
Oh,
Well, I
This
would.
is
Okay, I
awkward.
don't know if I would say our side in.
We have.
Like,
Yes, we have mutual goals.
what, she doesn't like Titania?
No.
she
I mean,
hates
honestly, that's
Titania.
not that big a deal. I've seen them make allies with a lot worse than just a hag, so no worries there. That's not.
Oh no, that's not the bad part. The bad part was what we needed the hag for.
Please
You
tell
see-
me it's not the
What?
Celestial Lotuses.
How do you know about those?
We have some.
Wait,
We literally went back in time. 20 years ago, we were there. We
Well, you
got
remember
some.
when I told you things were complicated?
Did you
Think,
tell
like-
him that you killed the hag?
Did you? I mean, she's not dead.
Can I plead the fifth?
We needed time, and the only way Dad could do what he needed to do was with those damn flowers. And they've worked, but it's come at a cost.
You get him addicted to opioids, Thorn.
I didn't get him addicted to anything. He saw a way to help. And you could see, like, all of this is very pained on Thorn's face. He looks like he is more reciting something that was told to him rather than believing it himself. But no.
Rose reaches out and will take one of Thorn's hands.
He squeezes it back, and you look down, and Taz has the other hand. He looks between the two of you, and the grandmother isn't the dragon. And then
Is there a
Taz,
time frame to kill Titania?
I assume before the world ends? That was
Yeah.
why we
Oh,
kind of...
yeah.
And before she kills all of us,
Yeah.
preferably.
Well, you said she's stronger because of the belief of her followers, right?
It's... Well... and Taz kind of... Or Thorn puts his head down, and Taz smiles. Goes, you know how faith works here in the FeyWild. I assume you've at least figured that much out. That the Archfey are given power by those that believe in them, and they are strengthened by that. Titania's believers have dropped in number as our campaign has brought more and more of the disparate peoples of the FeyWild under our unified banner, and not under her tyrannical one. But those that remain, the summer Eladrin, spring Eladrin, their worship, their dedication to her has grown to a fanatical level. They broke up. Don't you remember? Emmeline.
I mean, I know that, but knowing it's Rose, and anything's possible.
That's true. That's true.
I would be surprised if Rose like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Emily, come back." She's like, "Okay."
Sure, I'm sure she's just like, yeah, whatever.
I mean,
No
depends how
hard
high you
feelings,
roll
right?
on the charisma. Just
Yeah.
don't mind my dragon girlfriend and my changeling boyfriend.
Don't worry about it.
So yes, the power of Titania is a grave concern. And while our warden and seeker here have grown quite strong and have the faith and trust of many of us behind them, the werebear nods with her big, bushy head, and the more like human-looking gentleman who's been standing on the opposite side of Thorn nods in agreement. They are not Archfey, and that well of power still exists beyond their grasp. Which is why, when we realized this was a three-pointed assault, we knew that Rose would need help. And who better than her family? Their family.
So we can't like break the enemy's spirit to reduce their power at this point. They're just too fanatical.
Yeah, they're a little crazy.
Okay.
They believe that the only way forward for their people is to follow her and to take this world so that they can keep it safe, given the chaos of the material plane.
Well, their fanaticism definitely sounds familiar.
I was gonna say, anyone got any special magic items that can help us in this situation?
To win the war.
That's a
Yeah.
good question.
Anything with special effects?
I wish.
Where's Aureus's Warhorn? Does he still have that?
Yeah,
I
you
think
guys
so,
left.
yeah.
You guys left the Horn of Initiative with him because you left it
Yeah,
when he was comatose in Arturia's
Yeah.
apartment, and you left it with him.
That would have been good for the army to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mirror is not gonna help. Soap's not.
The mirror's
gonna help.
broken.
The mirror's fixed, but it doesn't work anymore.
Right, it's
Yeah.
just a mirror now.
You guys, do you understand now why when you tried to look in Mia's past it didn't work?
Yes.
Because that was a year ago.
Show me all of creation.
Show me what happened to me.
Oh, shit.
The only thing I got that's really helpful is either the Shinobi art scroll could maybe be a help. I could like teach the Fae and be like, mass produce pellets, go. And then my gourd.
I forgot to do a thing Can I attune to the Harp of Gilded Plenty?
Where were you keeping the harp?
I was keeping it on my person because I didn't
Hmm.
I didn't think it'd be safe in my bag of holding.
Here's the thing. You haven't referenced the harp in a while. You haven't looked for the harp in a while.
No.
As you shuffle around your gear and reach for the place where you'd stowed it on your back, it's not there.
Damn. We should
The
have had you
harp
on a
moved
tune
on.
for the 2 dead so that it could get jacked potentially.
There's some random bard in a tavern with the harp playing it.
You proved yourself worthy and then shunned it. Days. I know, but it did happen.
Rip.
Well.
No hero's feast for us.
No. It's because at the time I didn't have anything that I was willing to unattune to until my dexterity actually
I
know.
We were planning once you got the book and had time to read it that you could swap.
Speaking of books.
Maybe it'll come back. Maybe, you know what? I'm not taking it out of the campaign. I took it out of your possession. I'll say that much, okay? I'm not taking it away from the party, but I'm taking it from your possession right now.
I probably returned to Titania. That's at least my theory.
I thought I didn't like Titania.
I wasn't a huge fan of her. But I wasn't a huge fan of anybody.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some random bard that found it and is playing it. Now it's happy.
Like neat,
Would
a harp.
make it happy.
Alright, so the main problem we're having right now is to get through the giant thorn wall, correct?
Well,
Or at least
yes.
get the army through the thorn wall.
Get the army through. We could obviously burn our way through for you guys to, get in, and doing that ahead of time might be a good idea. But figuring out a way to hold that thing.
Walls of fire.
I
would
might
significantly powerful fire.
can help with that.
How?
Can just give Rose a knowing look.
Don't.
I can control it.
Yeah, but
Oh,
we
you
might
keep
need
saying
you to
it.
do that in a fight. Why don't you
Yeah.
keep that tucked in your back pocket, knowing we're about to have to go fight an archfey?
Let's save nuclear bomb as last resort, not, hey, I want that wall gone.
Could you use your sword and your fire that way and see if maybe your platinum fire empowered sword could do something and not
Aren't there
outright
spells that
Escalon?
prevent growth or something?
Oh, that's true.
Blight.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say blight helps, although I don't think you can use it on quite as widespread as the wall.
It has an effect. I've tried it, and it works slightly better than the fire, but it is
Still comes back.
yes, it still grows back.
Okay, so I can use justice. Just charge it as high as I can. Burn a big hole for at least a strike team at least. And then we'll figure out how to break the wall down from the inside.
Is there a teleportation circle in the city?
To what?
I doubt it.
Is there like a gate? Can someone make a gate? Just like have one end on one side, one end on the other, march an army through?
I
know
don't.
that. Just reminded me of something else. I'm sorry, continue.
Oh yeah, weren't you working on a gate?
Sid and his Biggs and Wedge was working on it. I meant to check in on them before we left again.
It's all good. They were too busy. They were just working.
What if we try to two birds, one stone this? What if we try to get the evil ice dragon out of Rose's arm and have it freeze everything and just let them fight while we sneak in?
Let them fight.
Yeah.
I don't think the army would be her biggest concern, first and foremost.
But freezing is a good idea. That's one way we could. Have you tried that for killing the plant?
Because we still, only still like, hey, we still have to figure out your arm thing, by the way. Like, I actually have an idea, and the same thing is our whole snapping the norm, shaking up the status quo, and not just having Mistra extant.
Can we drown the arm?
My arm?
Yeah, just submerge your arm underwater and drown it. I don't think it's gonna work. I'm saying it as a joke.
Okay.
It's like
You're just
Arnie
holding
was
your
very
arm underwater to try and
straight-faced,
drown it.
like,
Thorn looks at you and very, very sagely nods his eyes and froze his brow. Possibly, but if anything, or if the last few years have proven anything to me, it's that their arm will probably just freeze the water. But it's worth trying.
You know, it's an arm. I don't think she has to breathe.
It has an eye on it, though.
That's not the same as breathing.
Is there a mouth? Do you see the lungs sprout out of your friend's arm? Because I don't know the breathing. With our own homie's arm.
I don't know why, but I like get like the hand puppet thing. Like just the idea of it's a hand puppet and you're holding underwater and like pretend drowning it.
Die, Conde.
Die, Klondike Bar.
But yeah, I can also. She didn't appreciate your comment about using her to fight. Just so you know. So I don't think
I could not care less.
I don't think
we want her out of. You're a friend of a friend. We want you up and running at full strength. You know, I don't care what she has to say.
Well, we have time. Like, right? Turns to Thornish. We have more time than we thought.
We have about as much time as I told you we'd have 12 hours ago. So
Sure.
maybe 48 hours or so? A couple days? By your standards, at least.
48. Damn it.
But
yeah, don't plan to read your book right now. Let's put that book on back burner. That's
Fine.
We got 2 books.
Magic field.
Yeah, we got a little bit more pressing stuff with Titania potentially wiping out the rebel forces out. Here, we can take a trip to the book dimension after we usurp Titania and get Rose in place.
Fine.
You see Taz turn to Thorn and mouth, book dimension? And Thorn just shakes his head, no idea.
Only his passive perception is more than enough. He'll fill them in about in the archive that we have. It's not actually a book dimension, but Aerith misspoke once, and now it is the name of the archive.
She kind of reaches up and lifts one of the werebear's arms up and kind of crawls under it because she's only like 5'4", and the werebear's standing at probably about 6.5 feet tall. And she's like, as quickly as she can, crosses that distance over to Aerith. You have the key to the archive. You have the archivist's key. Where did you find it?
Have fun with that. Rose just
I have to see it.
goes back
You have
under.
to let me. Please, I have to be there. I have to check it out. I've heard so many tales, so many stories of it. Aerith, please.
Check it after we defeat Titania.
Yeah.
Well, hang on.
I'm sure we can have a big party, celebratory party after we
This archive is actually a useful resource for information. Why don't you open it and let Taz go in and see what she can dig up? This is a lot different than reading trying to read a stat book. This is maybe they could dig something up that we don't know about since they've been fighting this war for 20 years.
How many people can go in at once?
It's just Mordenkainen's mansion. As many as you can fit in it. It's about... it's a pretty big room space. Every time Eris opened it, it's been about 40-foot square to a side.
Okay. And we can open it wherever, right? Yeah. So we could probably get a whole platoon or two.
Yeah, but isn't it like the mansion thing where it's one a day?
And anything that gets... It's not a demiplane, where when it
Yeah,
closes...
anything is shunted out, just like
Yeah.
the other thing. So it's
Isn't
not
it
like we can
shunted out in
sneak.
the exact same place, or
So when the... Like, if you have the... You use the key to open the door, and the door is in that fixed point. And then when you use the key to open another door, anything that's in that place will get shunted out the first door, and the second door will get created. It was a good thought, though. A demiplane could do it, probably.
I don't have.
If only our spellcasters were still here.
You got Aerith, Ken,
Yes,
and Rose.
if you could just I would I have read about the Archive's key. It was an ancient, almost as old as I am. It's said to hold the knowledge of everything.
It does. You're freaking me out.
Every story, every tale, not told through the lexicon of human translation, not told through eons and ages of narrative telephone, the actual first-hand accounts of the early days of the spell plague.
You
All
should
of
talk
it.
to Nicholas then.
Who is this?
Who's an eyewitness?
Yeah, Nicholas was a magician wizard that was with us for a stint there. Yeah, he's older than our siblings.
Turns her head. That's impossible.
He's
What?
currently working with the split pieces of Mistra to get the magical engine up and running so that, the weave doesn't unfurl and destroy.
That all sounds extremely complicated and dire. Why are we here, not helping them?
They got it well in hand. We got more pressing matters.
Very well. Well, if he is as old as you say, I would love to sit and talk with him, hear his tale. It must be a fascinating one.
Well, we handled the Titania situation. We get Rose safely arm purged and seated in Archfey territory. They said they're gonna back us up still, so I assume you'll be at least within talking range of them. You'll probably get to meet them at some point.
We'll send you his sending information.
Here's his business
Give you his
card.
phone number.
Yep.
That I look forward to that. Did you say you were trying to remove Colin Day from Rose?
We want to. I want to get rid of that for them.
Agreed. And
I have
maybe
tried.
Let's see. Maybe I could give it a shot. I destroyed two. What's the third one?
It's more complicated. They look over she looks over her shoulders at Rose, who's kind of just like arm around, leaning on Thorn, who's got his arm around them and is kind of just like leaned into them and whispering back. When they decided that it was time to be rid of the mask, something happened. The Colin Day had never presented herself. She was dormant, but whatever Rose did awoke the Great Worm's soul, and it has bound itself around into Rose. I fear what destroying it, well, it's still bound them. I fear it will kill them, and more than that, it will obliterate them.
Yep,
She looks over and looks very, very lovingly and sadly at Rose.
Of
So-
course.
So I've had a slight thought about that. That is a bit of a combination of a lot of what we've encountered over the past, week? It's been a very busy set of days. But
Yeah.
we might be able to attempt something potentially, but obviously we need Rose's help, as you know, it's theirs. But sort of in the same vein as when Ken destroyed himself, I heard the stories of essentially doing a deep dive into whatever was left of him to piece him back together. We have several artifacts with us right now. You know them, the artifacts of Bahamut. We've been able to fix a celestial gate, essentially. That's a lot of power. We have seen what can be done when we get into someone. We've seen what happens when taint is applied. Our journey into the Dells. Severin has taken over the Titans. He's corrupted their cores and implanted abominations of himself to control them, to puppeteer them. And we were able to excise one of those from the Dell of Earth. We freed Gaia from Eden from his control. We might be able to do the same, and we conveniently have something that, if we can convince to help, might greatly aid that endeavor. Oni's going to look at Ken, specifically the sheath Snicker Snack on his back. His alarms have been going off since encountering Rose. He has been pretty vocal. We've heard Ken tell us, and we've heard Ken talk to him about holding it in, you know, Rose is an ally. He's pretty powerful. We're aware he's pretty old. What if we convince him to help? What if we get him to understand that Rose is not the threat, but Colin? And if we can persuade him to let Rose attune to him, we might be able to facilitate a deep dive into Rose, potentially. We've been linking psychically for God knows how long, which is going to be a lot harder without Nick, but we've been able to do so, and Ken's been getting those really odd, non-dream dreams. What if we can get into Rose's spirit and help them cut Colin Day out at the source so that they can be free?
He listens, and as Aerith opens the archive door next to him, does not break her concentration from you. Nods. I remember this story. The first time you channeled the power of your true self. Your rebirth. A way to enter a metaphysical and to fix something broken. But if I remember, you required the power of a goddess to see that through, did you not?
Yeah, Arturia managed to sweet talk Null, as well as getting some minor help from the Raven Queen as well. If I remember correctly, they kind of, teamed up and had a gate ready in her chapel to enter wherever it was to fix my soul, as it were. So
I had a thought about that also, that may or may not fly with you guys. I don't know actual state, but we do still have several Celestial Lotuses. Do you think Bastille could manage as a conduit for that?
He could do it.
We do still have. I know for sure, and on it kind of unfurls his scroll story, and he produces his Celestial Lotus. I for sure have mine. I don't know if anyone else kept theirs, but
You see a look of anticipation, but like worried anticipation on Thorn's face as you take the lotus out of the scroll. And he nods, kind of pulls Rose a little closer.
But
He could
I
do it.
understand. I fully understand that this may be asking a lot because it sounds like Bastille doing whatever he did with these took a toll on him. So, again, this is just a suggestion. We can workshop. We can come up with an idea. Hell, if nothing else, maybe we could bridge that gap. Expend the strength of our artifacts like we did the day we repaired that door.
Well, this might be a bad idea, but if we need the strength of a Archfey, technically, once we're done, Rose will be an Archfey.
Yeah, but we don't want that Archfey power and juice pumping up an ancient dragon when we try to get it out.
I'm
You'd like this to happen before.
Yeah, because again, Oni looks at Rose like it is absolutely nothing personal. I have no qualms with
I
you
know.
taking it. It's purely I've seen what the taint that these things cause, and I don't want you to inadvertently hurt the people you care about because you didn't have the time.
I've seen it too. I know.
Is there anyone else powerful enough to?
You said that hag isn't dead. It's a mother hag, right? As bad as it would be, if it might lessen the burden on Bastille, could we talk with her?
Our truce is limited.
He has agreed to provide us with the lotuses as we need, but each comes with a favor to be named.
Cost.
Yeah. Unknown favors are dangerous in the FeyWild, and we have made so far almost 24 of those deals.
Ooh.
Fine.
Then
there are 4 Archfays, right?
That.
4 of them, right? 1 for each of the seasons.
Yes.
Titania is
the
summer, and she's
for now
allied with spring.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Oberon.
Could we get the spring guy to do it, or whoever takes over spring?
No, he is. As delicately as I can put this, he is as far up her ass as you could possibly be.
Oh, I'm assuming I'm assuming he's getting replaced by someone.
We hadn't really even thought of Oberon and what would happen with him. We were so focused on Titania as the primary evil.
Kind of figured it wasn't her that he's so attached to, but her concept. Not that I want him up my ass.
Well, you don't want Oberon.
No. I kind of just figured I'd replace him later. Or if he proves useful.
Give him an opportunity to relinquish or repent against Titania.
But if he's an Archfey, maybe use him to do it?
Well,
I know
the
he's
problem
zero
would be,
trustworthiness. I get that.
I mean, if he's way up Titania's ass, then we go back to the first problem of we'll have to take care of her before we can talk to him, and when we take care of her, Rose is going to have to
immediately take up the mantle.
Slurp up that Archfey juice.
I didn't need that
much. Yeah.
Anyone know anyone else who's really good with souls and extracting? Your soul is mine.
Your soul is mine. Soul extraction.
First person that comes to mind is Arturia.
Nah, fuck that guy.
He's dead.
He is, and I can't remember what I did with his spellbook.
Anyone want to pray to God and hope for the best?
Not
No.
Oni pulls out a notebook and starts flipping through. Yeah, which one?
it.
Doran kind of looks up from the table he's been staring down at, shakes his head. Dad can do this. Anybody that we ask, it's going to come with a price. Even him doing it, I'm sure, will come with a price.
For him.
He looks at you, Rose, for all of us. But that's what we're fighting for. That's what we're here for, right? And if he can help get her out of your head, and maybe, just maybe, you can stop freezing my ass in the middle of the night.
Rude.
Smiles. It'd be worth it, no matter what. And I think he'd agree. You've seen him.
Ice cream cones wherever you want.
You've seen it. You saw him when we found him.
I know.
He,
I see him now. Are you okay with that?
takes a long moment and looks up at Taz, who just smiles warmly at him. No. But it's his choice. Always has been. We told him every time that he didn't have to. And every time he did the ritual and bought us 4 more months. Choice. And freedom. All of this, he thinks is his fault. He sees all of this as his burden to bear, and he's been trying to find some way to forgive himself.
That's why he's doing it.
Exactly.
He's punishing himself.
He's not punishing himself. At least I don't think so.
You
Trust
don't
me.
think he thinks he deserves this?
No. I don't. I think he takes the responsibility that he sees for his actions and makes those choices. I don't think he regrets what's become of him. Hell, every time we've tried to tell him that he doesn't have to give up the Winter Court, he insists he's not worthy anymore. He might need this as much for himself as you need it for you, and I need it for me. And whether it's Oberon, Veronestra, Titania, or Bastille, the only one that I would trust to do anything with your soul is Bastille.
Yeah. You turn over to the rest of the party and just, if you think it would work, it's not quite the same as the god, I think.
Here it is as close as they get. I've been in his presence when he channels that power, and it is divine.
And I think that's the best option we have currently.
Right. Place responsibility. And Ken's just gonna start just stewing on those words specifically.
It's all we can do. Make choices, take responsibility for them. It's how we shape who we are.
Right.
It's what
Is
we're
it
all doing here.
Is it lunchtime? I think it's lunchtime.
The werebear stands up and goes, I believe it's lunchtime as well. This has all gotten very maudlin for me.
You didn't even bother to introduce yourself, you know.
Sorry, I don't have a name yet. Give me a second.
Either of you.
Just a
Rose has
random
given
bear.
me a name.
The bear
If,
just wanted to get involved.
if Taz goes into the archive, I'm gonna follow her because I got stuff to
Yeah.
ask.
I was about to say, Taz, you have a book room.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
It's hard to run Taz when I'm running DM.
You may enter the book dimension. You have our blessing.
And while that's going on, I'm gonna use the bathroom because I've been drinking sweet tea all day.
I will also be right back.
All right.
Fair.
Now we have an organic excuse for Rose to get all the Snickers.
As soon as we talked about that before, I was just like, this is how it needs to. Something along that lines. We need to do that. Originally, I was like, I'll just have both, and they'll yell at each other. In my brain, it's fine.
You
What's
have
the worst
to
that can
just
happen?
intentionally wield Snicker Snack with the Colin Day arm.
Right. That would be pretty funny.
I guess he's not human. He's half elf, but
Man, I can't wait to try to sneak an army, not sneak, march an army in a thunderstorm with extra lightning damage and AC.
the image in my
It'll be
mind of
pretty
that
funny.
is just, whew, boy, right? Exactly what you needed.
They will definitely all be watching that for sure. So distraction secure.
Right. Definitely a distraction.
I'm not gonna lie. Whenever you guys were talking about that still, and then the hag, I was half expecting you to tell me he had a kid with the hag, and it was gonna be like, what the fuck?
I mean,
Oh, no.
almost 24 favors. Who knows what she's gonna ask in the
Right.
future?
It's fine. That's a problem for future everybody.
Yeah, I call these next campaign problems.
well. The consequences of our own actions. Little Avernus is about to become Big Avernus.
I plead the fifth.
So I had to mute myself for a minute. What happened? What did I miss?
I mean, we kind of were just joking, like, wrapped up that moment, and then while we were heading to lunch, I was trying to get the name for the werebear, and we took a bio break.
Okay. So I may have my own place very soon.
Ooh,
Oh, snap.
right?
My
Oh,
parents
yeah.
have made the decision that they're gonna buy a place and rent it out to me and to anyone else that would live with me.
Okay.
It's a good first
Okay.
step, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a good way for them to know that, like, there will be somebody watching the place, you know?
Right. Is
I'm
it
back.
still
Sorry about that.
still in Tucson?
All good.
Yeah, it'll still be in Tucson.
Mm.
So I'm gonna have Kieran or Drake stay with me,
Mm-hmm.
and then hopefully, if Hawk can find a job out here in Tucson, then we'll have.
Wouldn't
a
that be
living-
cool?
Yeah. It's just that much closer.
Yeah.
Has returned.
Welcome
Hell yeah.
back.
Nice.
Everyone here? I think everyone's here.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
So, as you...
Or just like, introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. Sorry about that. All of that conversation got a little bit away from me. My name is Caraway Diamond Spring, and and motions over. And this is Elurin. We both hail from the northern lands. I'm trying to find where my map is with the names.
Does anyone
The
call
North.
you Care
Not the
Bear?
northern lands, the winter lands.
Oh no.
Does anyone what?
Does anyone call you Care Bear?
Not anymore. She just like smiles with teeth shown. Except for those I like. Now, come on, let's go find some food.
Right, lunch. Taz, love. There's your book room.
Book
He looks
dimension.
back. When are you planning to go with to speak with Bastille?
Not right now. We wouldn't. I'm not gonna leave without you or anything. Just. Need
She
a
looks
break.
back at it. Go get something to eat. See the troops. Walk the camp. I'll quickly peruse. See what I might be able to find out. Don't go anywhere without saying goodbye. If something happens to you in there and your soul is rendered destroyed, and you didn't say goodbye to me,
No. And then Rose will pat Thorn for a second and give him a look, and then go over to Taz and pull her into a hug. Just wouldn't do that.
she squeezes you tightly. Good. All right. Well,
If
you know
anything,
where-
well, if anything, I want you to come with. Although I understand if you don't want to, or if you can't.
someone should
That's
stay
fine.
here, and someone else should stay with Bastille. So,
Right.
just say, come and see me before you leave, please. And keep your wits about you, like you always have.
No big deal. What's this?
Right.
What's a soul trek?
Worked out last time. Only fundamentally changed everything about who you were and your physiology and biology. Your character stayed the same, though, Ken. So I guess that's what's important. Okay. Stands up a little straighter and kind of like pushes her shoulders back, pushes herself away from you, leans in, steals a kiss. To this book dimension. Let me see what I can find out about this
Go read your books.
dragon. Yes. She'll step through the door and disappear into the book dimension. Where Caraway's outside. Come on now! You can't mention food and then, hold me up like this! I'm a bear, damn it!
If anyone would like lunch, Caraway is leading.
I'll meet you guys later. I gotta go talk to Taz about something.
I guess I'll follow the bear. Apparently, I need to wrestle them as well.
Okay.
As you guys kind of filter different directions, Rose will make a hand gesture to Thorn.
He'll look at you and nod, and he'll turn to his left. Lauren, just I guess wait here just in case any of the scouts show up. I'm gonna go. I have to go speak with the Seeker. He nods. Of course, Warden. I will send for you if we hear anything. You walk by and take Thorn's hand and out the door. Ken steps through the doorway into the book dimension. Oni and Aerith, what are you two doing?
I'll stay in the book dimension.
Okay, you head into the book dimension too. Just putting you guys over there. I'm going to put you on there so you can keep seeing your characters. What about you, Oni?
Oni's probably gonna go get some food with Takashi and Caraway.
You want to watch me wrestle a bear?
Yeah, absolutely I do.
Shirtless and in the mud.
Unfortunately,
I don't care,
as
it's
you
a big female bear lady.
step out of the
She has no
tent,
problems with this.
the gentle rain that has been falling for the last half an hour continues.
There's your mud pit
feet
too.
Yeah, there's your mud pit.
slopping wet against the ground. Ken, you follow in Taz, who pushed her way through the door, let the door close behind her, and as you step in, roll me insight checks, both you and Aerith.
Insights. I'm so good at them. Click. Click. Okay.
There you go.
Nice.
As you follow her in, you see her kind of like almost half slumped, and as you enter, the sound of the door entering causes her to just like almost snap up to attention. Can you hear the faintest of sniffles? You see her hand kind of rush to the side of her face and brush her hair out of her way. She turns around and goes, "Oh, Ken, Aerith, I didn't know you were joining me. Were you here to? Did you want to help me look through? This is marvelous."
You okay? You all right?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Hey.
She smiles weakly. No, not particularly. It's been really hard. You know me, I was never a fighter. I read stories of rebellions. I told the tales and loved the heroes that led to these noble victories, but I've caused so much pain. And there is so much... I'm so fortunate that it has all happened here, and I have not killed anyone. But I have done things that I never thought I would do, and I have found myself far more attached to those two idiots than I ever thought possible, and the thought of anything happening to either of them is one that I have borne for a very long time and is very heavy, so not particularly, but I am doing my best. How about you? And she kind of like turns her head aside.
I definitely understand that feeling. Even more now, considering that I am engaged.
Oh, engaged? Oh my gosh. I know it's been so long for me but it's been such a short... That's incredible. Who is she? Who are they?
I guess he'll go into the rambling of Mia and how we met and everything that went on and the unorthodox way of us, I guess, interacting romantically for the first time, and one thing led to another, and I made her an engagement ring the other night, and it all worked out. Yeah.
This is a beautiful story. And she kind of like takes your hand and pats the ring of water walking on it. And you carry it with you everywhere. I'm so happy for you. It's the miracle of such trying times to find love, belonging, and family amidst all of the chaos and pain.
Yeah. And with that added hope, I need your help with something.
Of course. And anything.
With this engagement with me, I've reflected on all of the bonds I've forged with everyone, all of the meetings I've had, and I just wanted to reaffirm that the path I'm taking, the path I'm taking is obviously the correct one, but I think I'm slowly, my confidence in my ability is shaken. So I need, this is going to be a weird question, but how does one be a dragon? Like, is there a certain mindset, a mindset principles? Like, what's the feeling you have when you change into your natural form and vice versa? Is there like a certain way you circulate the magic within you, or
I do not. No.
so it's instinctual, I guess?
Yes. It's part of who I am. When I am... It's like wearing a corset. Terribly uncomfortable, but it makes you look pretty and elevates you in certain standings. But when released, that feeling of belonging, of just being yourself, that's what it is for me. It's like feeling the wind in your hair, but through every aspect of your being. If you're curious of the tenets of who we are, well, you know those as best as all of us. Truth, justice, freedom, peace, love. These are the things that we strive to emulate. The aspects of our Father that He has granted upon us.
Right.
If you're looking to master that power, I would suggest following your instincts. Your self knows what it's capable of. Your body is more in tune with itself than your mind is with your body. If you're seeking assurance that you will live your happily ever after, so am I. But what we can do is everything we can do to ensure that we keep those we love safe and build a future that we can share together.
Right. I just need to figure out a way to make it instinctual. This power is not just a tool to be opened up in crisis. It's me.
That's it. You are Ascalon, and Ascalon is Ken. As you come to understand that, it will become more instinctual. Ken Scalon. Ask a Ken.
Ask again.
It will become more instinctual, less detrimental. And soon you may find you feel more natural in that form than in this one.
As Kenlan.
Okay.
That was exactly what I was typing, but roll 20 hung up on me, so I couldn't send it.
Oh, no.
Womp womp.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ken's just gonna laser focus on that phrase. Ken is Ascalon, Ascalon is Ken, or I'm Ascalon, Ascalon is me. It's not a tool. It's me.
Exactly.
Ken glows like the night in mid. Sorry.
Now, do you have any advice on how to keep a couple of idiots from getting themselves killed? Because, man, I could use some.
Well, I've memorized several forms of martial arts. I'm not sure how much they can learn and absorb within 2 days, but
Oh. Thorn's pretty good with the sword.
I mean, the best I can do is check everyone's equipment, make sure it's tip-top shape. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a artificer. That's what we do.
He looks at you and kind of smiles, takes takes a hand out and puts it on your shoulder and just kind of like squeezes it, gives it that like reaffirming shake. You are a leader. That's what a leader does.
Whether you like it or not.
You bear the responsibility for your allies without anyone having to ask you. True sign of a leader that deserves to lead.
Yeah, I've always thought of myself as a shield of sorts, both in fights and I guess this whole game of will they, won't they? Or that's not the right phrase. I digress. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I've always saw myself as a shield, but not as a leader. But I understand what you're trying to say.
They need a leader. The Wanderers need a leader. Rose... Aerith, what have you been just chilling with them and just listening to their conversation, or did you have something you wanted to look at?
Aerith, what are you doing?
I thought he was in the library.
Yeah, he is.
I'm half
With them.
listening, but I'm looking for like Fey spells with like the thorn walls, essentially, like Fey
Okay.
origin thorn walls.
Roll me a deception check.
It sounded like that was Taz realizing Aerith was there this whole time. Aerith, what are you doing?
What are you doing here? Aerith, just join us at the table, Aerith, if you're going to listen in. Come on over here.
Researching. What?
Your book is upside down, my dear.
I have no proof.
I don't know.
Rose has been fundamental in the changes here within the FeyWild, but I fear what returning to the material plane after this will challenge them with. When we left, things were tense. And while I didn't disagree with anything you were saying, there was conflict within the party.
Yeah, and I realized I should have found a different way to recognize and affirm their feelings.
It's nothing to
I-
apologize for. Don't. They are who they are, and they will make the choices they will make. But I found myself wondering in the years since whether or not a firmer hand guide would have prevented an outburst such as that. They almost died. If I hadn't adjusted in the air, if I hadn't... I know it wasn't his intent, but Takashi almost killed them. You are all growing so quickly and so powerfully. They need a leader. You must be that leader.
Well, I've
Nope.
I mean, I'm confident in my smarts and my technical know-how. I've never been the most affluent or good with words like Rose is, but
you know your allies' strengths, and you know where to apply them. You know where your weaknesses lie, and you know when to step aside and let others take the spotlight. All of these things why I say this. You will help him, won't you, Aerith?
Of course.
Good.
Been doing that this whole time, or at least I think I did.
Okay.
Then
Alright.
that will alleviate some of my worry, although who they are will always leave me a little worried. Now, let's see what we can find out. I was going to see what this library held about a strange plant dragon.
Right. Ken's gonna head back out. He's gonna stew on everything that's been said and find a quiet spot, kinda sorta nearby, and meditate on things.
Okay. Alright. Aerith, as you look around, kind of half looking at the beginning, but as Taz begins her earnest investigation, go ahead and roll me an investigation check with advantage because you're a scholar or sage.
Yay, investigation.
Okay.
Oh, it's a dirty 20.
It's a dirty 20. Let's see.
I'm gonna give Aerith Flash of Genius before I walk out.
Yay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. So as you're looking through it, you begin to dig through books about natural spell work, spells that affect the natural world, anything that might be able to create something like this. And the first one that you come up to is, of course, Wall of Thorns, the most obvious kind of analogy to what you're up against here, but nowhere near that level of power. You find some books that were written from like a researcher's perspective on the nature of the Archfey, how the rules of magic, it's not that they don't apply, but it's more of like coloring just outside the lines. The Fey know instinctively how to kind of manipulate spell work, enhance it, change it, modify it. And it sounds like what you're up against is a heavily modified and enhanced version of Wall of Thorns. But one that doesn't require concentration, seems to be permanent, and is much thicker than spell would normally create. While you're kind of looking through this and you're referencing between multiple tomes.
They're all just floating around me.
Yeah. Taz goes and grabs a few. She shakes her head. This is on green chromatics. More about metallics. Gemstone dragons. Okay, nothing in here for this. Takes out like a thinner book that she'd pulled out from the shelf in her investigation checks and starts flipping through it. Turns her head. A Fey dragon. She looks at you. Have you ever heard of a Fey dragon? I thought they were a myth.
Like a fairy dragon?
Kind of. So, dragons are creatures of the natural world. We are the kind of intersection of magic and life. That's why we're so big. It's why we live for so long. It's why we can change our shape and many of our gifts. The FeyWild normally does not have dragons, as they tend to be more a part of the living world, part of the cycle. I've heard myths of them before, powerful creatures born of vine and plant, laying waste or being summoned by druids in the material called forth from the FeyWild. But this description here, and she turns and kind of shows you like a artist rendition. That is exactly what we have been seeing. It's kind of like deep green dragon shape, covered in thick vines that have like small colorful flowers on them here or there, the teeth protruding out like the bottom one's like tusks that come up out of the ground, the top fangs down around the front of the maw, the eyes, this not like emerald green, but almost like a uranium green, like glowing from within with light. I have no idea where she could have gotten one, but at least it gives us a name and a confirmation. There's not much left or else in the tome that she reads through. It seems like it's a account of an adventurer from the material plane who had been fighting against a Fey incursion some 1,200 years ago, and this dragon had been summoned to aid in their assaults on the material plane. Doesn't answer where it goes, or why we can't find it when it's not attacking us, but gives a name, and that's not nothing.
Yeah, kind of wish there was still more information.
Don't we all?
Definitely.
I'll keep looking. Perhaps I'll find more. Gets up and heads back over to the bookshelf. You keep digging through your notes and referenced books. All the while, I'm going to go ahead and out of the book dimension. Rose, as you left the tent, Thorn following behind you. Well, I think that went well, right? I mean, they're here.
They're here.
They don't seem like they're upset.
Thorn, I thought I was ready for this.
You are.
No,
Yeah, you are.
really not.
Yeah, really are.
Stop that.
But you are, Babs. You are.
He stops you as you've been walking away from him and kind of turns you towards him. Never. You're ready for this. You can do this.
I don't even know what all of this is. I'm gonna lead an army to fight the summer court. I'm gonna lead my friends to death. I'm gonna kill your dad.
Maybe. But I don't think any of those things are going to happen.
Not the fighting the army part?
No, we'll fight an army. But I'm going to lead the army. That's what... You're not doing any of this alone.
What's
Okay?
the problem? If I was doing this alone, it's fine.
If you were doing
We'll
this
send you-
alone, you'd be dead. If you were doing this alone, you wouldn't have made it out of that tower, and you never would have found me, and we never would have gotten here to get to Dad. If Taz hadn't... It takes all of us, Rose. That's why I know you're ready. Am I ready for whatever's gonna... No. But I am. Because we are. I don't need to be. we can be. And if we're ready, then we'll be okay.
You kind of need to be too. You're leading an army.
He looks over at a couple of the troops that are sparring with each other as one of them clacks a wooden sword against the other's hand and they drop it like, ow, 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 ow. Oh, and it's such an army. But
Oh god.
we're going to be in a thunderstorm and they'll be crackling with lightning.
Is that better or worse? Was that the right one to pick? Was that the one you wanted?
I don't know. I think that they each offered a bit of a benefit, and I wish we could have used all of them, because being harder to hit, hitting harder, and moving faster are all nice things. But
right.
This offers us the best course of success. This gets you in there. Because if we're crackling with lightning, and there's a thunderstorm rolling around out there, it's going to bring out the armies. We'll get what we've needed. We'll get her attention. And while we know she's a coward and she'll stay in her tower, that's what we're counting on.
Where are we coming in?
Exactly. We're going to get that voice out of your head. It grabs you by like your right arm, like your right bicep. We're going to fix this. And then you're going to fix everything she's broken. You and me are going to unite winter and summer in the way it should be. Going to live and love and dance a chaotic dance as you and I try to balance this two very distinct parts of our culture.
And occasionally play pranks on each other.
Always.
Always. And we'll do it forever. That doesn't scare me. The responsibility scares me. The people, I don't need that. But
it's a little bit a lot.
It's a little bit a lot. And one day we'll have to say goodbye to Taz. But we'll be here together. We'll get through it all together.
If you die leading this army, I will kill you so many times.
Fortunately for you and me, we can't die here. It's just gonna hurt. But that's fine. I've gotten up from worse. You've gotten up from worse. Keep them safe, though. You know?
Yeah. And her, you...
Of course. I mean, she's a big, scary dragon, but you're right.
She can die.
She could. It's a lot of risk. So was trying to destroy the mask. Didn't work out exactly as you wanted, but maybe this one will work out better. And if it doesn't, he kind of grabs you by the shoulders as your head starts to drop, shakes you to get your head to look at him. Then we fix it. As a family, as a team. We, not you.
We.
Pulls you into a hug. Always.
What do you want to do now?
Let's head back to our private tent and kill a couple hours. Reaffirm some life and remind you who you are as you're about to risk. He kind of like takes his hand and brushes it against your face. Everything.
God damn it. Yeah, let's go.
As you two run off to go kill the afternoon, Takashi and Oni follow off behind. Oh boy. Where's Care Bear. I remembered Care Bear, but
Go wrestle a bear.
Carmela or something like that.
Caraway. Had to find my notes as you follow her. Well, we have over here. This is the roast pit. That's where they do the veggies. But I'm just gonna grab one of these, and she just grabs like this big haunch of what looks like a deer's leg and starts chowing down on it. Offers you guys up some of the local delicacies. Not much is meat based, but there's a few of like the animals here that like the wild animals that have been running in the forest that seem to be being cooked and devoured primarily by the were creatures, the were bears, the were tigers. There's as you look over them, Oni, you count 6 different species all kind of sitting around this same communal campfire and eating and talking together, these disparate different half animals. So what's your guys' story? What brings you into this war? Well, I can see a little bit of the Fey about both of you. You smell of the other worlds.
You want to go first, Johnny, or you want me?
I mean, I can if you want. I'm just a traveler, honestly. I've been wandering around a lot, and I sort of wound up with the Wanderers, and their friend, along with this realm, was in danger, so that's kind of how I ended up here.
I was interdimensional police, got blown up, lost my memory, ended up with the Wanderers.
Blew up, forgot who I was.
Got my memory back, trying to fix giant portal thing, and they need help, so I'm back here, and I'm kind of stuck back back in my world, trying to figure out where to go next. So might as well kill time and help Rose out here.
Very noble of both of you. Choose to help allies, to help a people you hardly know. She looks over at you, Takashi. I wasn't kidding about the wrestling.
Well, do you want to do it right now after you eat? Or?
Sure, let's go ahead. She kind of like stands up and starts stretching. You watch as this like whole bare torso stretches into this full upright like humanoid stance position. All the rippling muscles of her torso pressed against the fur. I guess whenever you're done eating, I could use a bit of a workout to burn through this food.
What are the rules of engagement? Nothing about the belt?
Pin the other one. And she just smiles.
Only wrestling. No throwing punches.
No. This is a wrestling match. I want to see if you've got what it takes.
Twice my size.
Stands up and smiles. You're not going to chicken out now, are you?
Hardly. I'm just trying to see what I can do. Is it possible for me to stealth while in front of her? If I get behind,
Skyrim rules, you just crouch and
Exactly.
suddenly you vanish.
Where did he
what are
go?
the chances? No, I know I can't do that. So unarmed, I can't even do unarmed strikes. It's just grappling, and grappling is strength based.
It's athletics.
I'm gonna literally just be playing keep away the entire time.
Okay.
As I'm gonna have to tire her out that way.
All right.
Is there a ring we can fight in?
Oh,
Or
let's go
wrestle?
find one of the training pits. Should be sufficiently muddy at the moment. She smiles, just like yes, yes, yes.
Alright, I need you to cheer me on.
I got you.
I'm about to wrestle someone twice my size. And
Just use the
I can't
momentum
fight
against
back.
them. I believe in you.
All right. As she,
The only benefit is they're also at a disadvantage. They're not using magic items.
It's
You
true,
should
but
be
they
using
are
magic items.
they are a giant bear woman.
Well, I get they're a giant bear. I get they're a giant bear. It's a giant bear wearing only a kilt.
They also don't know how you operate, so you do have an element of surprise.
Right.
That is true.
okay. So as you finish
No
up your,
Just double checking. No items are allowed in this fight.
this is just a friendly wrestling match between.
Friendly wrestling match. Okay.
Yeah. Try to pin the other one so that they can't move anymore. You get to them there, you're the winner.
Gotcha.
So it's 3 consecutive athletics checks to pin. We're gonna do initiative. So you'll take turns.
Question. Can I use I can use my bonus action to dodge, which makes it harder on her to grapple me.
It's true. You could. That is part of your natural abilities.
So as long as that's getting taken into account for the rolls, I'm just saying.
So you take the dodge action. Any attack rolls? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So
Also, I could run circles around her if I really want.
as she leads you out to a pit that still has a few satyrs kind of just like training with quarterstaffs in it, she goes, "Move! We need the pit." And they look over at her and give her like a curt nod and a bow and kind of prance out on their hooves. She turns and goes, "All right, whenever you're ready." And go ahead and roll me initiative.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to set up her token from just a werebear to that. Get that.
Nice.
She stands there, her arms out, like, whenever you're ready. So go ahead and give me an athletics, and she's going to counter with an athletics to see if you can get that first grapple.
Oh boy.
Oh, she rolled another natural one.
I have a chance.
Okay.
Hey.
You run forward and boom, arms around her like mid torso. You get her into this like first stage of a grapple where you have her held. She gets like pushed back, her hind paws pushing into the mud. And goes, "Could you have more gusto than I expected?" Go ahead and make me a strength saving throw as she attempts to break free of your first level of grapple.
Strength saving throw. You know what? I like saving throws because I am a fighter.
Okay, she kind of like flexes out, and your grasp goes wide, breaking the grapple. It is now your turn again. It's her action to try to break it.
Sorry, so I roll athletics again.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could use acrobatics.
You could use that to dodge her whenever she gets
That's true.
a chance.
So sad I can't punch her. Oh my god.
My God.
So many ones.
I know. You lash out again to try to grab her, and she kind of twists out of the way. Your arms. Let's see. How do I want to do? Yeah. You manage to just barely get like her right arm around in a grapple where you have her in that first stage of grapple. Now either give me athletics or acrobatics as she attempts to get you into that first stage of grapple. As you take her arm, she goes, oh, wily. She's gonna swing out with her other paw to try to grab you.
Another time.
The large paw kind of grapples you around the shoulder as you attempt to twist out of the way, and you have each other like by opposite arms. You now have her in a level 1 grapple, and she has you. So you can either attempt to break free of her grapple or grapple her further.
That's, you know what?
Give her a bear
I
hug.
can be. I was gonna grapple her further, but I just realized I can use my fighting spirit to give myself advantage.
Okay. That's also a good point that I haven't been giving her disadvantage on that, so let me give her disadvantage on... Well, no, you weren't bonus action dodging, so that's another fair point.
Okay, so toggle advantage and strength.
Nice.
Pull it. Like pull her arm in and grapple it further, and she pulls her arm away. You still have the first grapple there, but you weren't able to grapple her further. She's going to try like the same maneuver with her left arm. Is going to go ahead.
Means I have multi-attack. Does that count towards anything? We're just doing it like
we're just doing one at a time. Yeah, because she also has multi-attack, so I figured we'd just do it this way, and it'd be kind of like a slap back and forth.
Gotcha.
Were you going to bonus action dodge?
Yes, I'm just always gonna be dodging.
Okay. So as you kind of
ABD, always be dodging.
crouch down, prepare for it. She attempts to twist your arm around to tighten that grapple up and pull you in, and you kind of like do that flick of the wrist. She still ends up holding on your arm, but isn't able to get a better grip. Your turn again.
Why did I challenge a giant bear to a strength contest?
You know, for fun.
She smiles down at you as you break her second attempt at grapple. She goes, I haven't had this much fun since Bastille wrestled me. This is good.
I'm gonna use another fighting spirit. I want to win. I'm petty.
She will attempt to resist it with a 10. You pull in the other arm and kind of like pull your own arm in and grab her, like her right arm by both of your arms. Her left arm swings around and grabs you by the shoulder, maintaining her first level of grapple, but now you have her in the second level. She's going to... Ooh. Give me a strength saving throw. She attempts to break free of it with disadvantage. Okay, 2 good rolls. She's back to that first, so we're down to 1 and 1. Go for it again. Your turn.
Would action surge be able to do anything or no?
If you want to use one, you could do that.
Would it just give me advantage, or how would that work?
Yeah, I'll give you an advantage roll. Yeah.
Okay.
Against her disadvantage.
I still technically have 1 more fighting spirit. I'm burning all my resources just to wrestle a bear.
All right, back to the second grip as she
you don't need
kind of like twists you away. You do that maneuver. You kind of dart back and lunge forward. This time you get her around the waist and knock her to the ground. You kind of have her like pinned to the ground, and she reaches up and grabs you by the shoulder, and she's going to attempt to flip the grapple on you. So give me an athletics check or acrobatics to dodge it.
Acrobatics, please.
She swings out and you duck down as you kind of like twist her arm, and you have her 2 in 1.
The group is going to come out of the book dimension and see Takashi and this bear just one solid mass of mud. You can't even make out who's which one underneath.
All right, I'm burning my last fighting spirit and hoping. Okay. Technically, this is giving me shield, but I don't think that really matters.
Cell phone, he'd be taking so many pictures.
Yes, yes.
Kind of twist the arm and you hear struggles from beneath you as she kind of like pushes against you. All right, I concede. It's a good pin. You've got her in like that wrestling pin where you kind of have flipped her over and her arm is behind her back, and she like can't move because of the not necessarily that you weigh more than her, but just have that like just the right
Pressure on her shoulder.
pressure. Yeah. You're a squirrely one. I wasn't expecting that.
I'd
You-
admit, as I like let go of her and like help her up, like I'll admit, challenging a bear is probably not my smartest idea, but it was fun.
That was fun. I don't get many challengers out here anymore.
I just realized I could have trolled the shit out of her by using the ghost step tattoo.
Oh no. You have honed your skills well, fighter. It'll be beautiful to see what you can do on the battlefield.
See, now it's my turn to pick the challenge. You picked wrestling. I picked sprints.
She tilts her head sideways. Where are we racing to?
Where do we want to go?
To the summer court.
Where's the longest?
To the summer contest.
Where's the longest distance that I could pick just to make her have to do extra work?
To the edge of the camp and back.
All right.
We'll go to the edge and then we'll return to the Seeker's tent. That way we can meet back up with your allies. Does that sound good?
Sounds fair to me.
All right. As you say that, she drops down to all fours. The kilt falls away and she goes into her full bear form because she's faster in her full bear form.
Yeah, because I was about to say bears can run fast as shit.
She roars and takes off, double dashing with 40 feet. What's your base movement?
Well, I can dash and then double dash and go 150 feet.
You're just a little bit faster than her. Okay, you move about 30 feet every 6 seconds faster than her, and as the two of you take off, Oni, what are you doing?
Watching. He was enjoying the wrestling match, and I was just gonna watch them sprint off to the opposite end of the camp and then back.
Okay.
Wall
watch-
covered in mud.
Yeah, as this spray of mud and water goes kicking off as the bear runs full sprint, all fours. Takashi running this extremely agile and nimble kind of like athletic movement style. Similar to nothing you've seen, but a speed that rivals your own, if not is better. I honestly don't know where your speeds are at this moment. Who is faster? I know we talked about it last session.
I
But-
think means I just got the mobile feed. I'm just
Mhm.
slightly faster
Yeah.
than he is.
Because I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure if he can double dash and get 150, he's got me beat by like 20.
So you're faster than the bear, but not as fast as Takashi. And as they take off, it's not a bad assessment to make. The two of you dart through mud and past the Fey. Shouts of, "Hey! Whoa! Watch out there!" You dart left, dart right, slide through mud beneath a wagon that's carrying goods through the camp. Behind you, you can hear the boom, boom, boom of the bear getting quieter and quieter. You hit the edge of the camp and kind of go into like a suicide slide, touching the edge of the camp. And as you dart back, you run past Caraway, who turns to you and keeps running. You eventually get back to the tent, just as Rose and Thorn are returning from their afternoon's exercise, covered in mud and rain, as the gentle rain is now subsided, and the kind of
There's no way I'm not gonna imagine Takashi running like that gift from now on. There's no shot I don't see it like that.
oh no. And that
It's just
kind
so
of-
fluid.
right? Is he superimposed on there? It doesn't look like he's actually touching the ground. It's like moonwalking. It makes my brain hurt to look at it.
Yeah.
And as that twilight cuts through again, and like the smell of fresh rain on the trees, you return to the camp, barely even winded, covered in mud and rain, as Rose and Thorn return from the opposite direction. Rose, as you see Takashi in his current state behind, you can see as the familiar werebear, or the familiar bear form of the werebear chieftain you know as Caraway, barrels through the camp before sliding through the mud up next to Takashi. And as she stands up to her full height, there's like a crunch of bones as the spine realigns and the hips shift and her legs extend just a little bit. And she like looks down and over, takes a tablecloth off of one of the tables and wraps it around her waist. You are very fast and agile. That's 2 challenges I've lost today to you. The last person that beat me in so many challenges, I made my husband.
Well, we could talk more about that after we defeat Titania.
Promises, promises. She like shakes her bare form. Rose and Thorn, you are both absolutely covered in mud from her. She sprays it off of her fur.
God damn it, Caraway.
You guys had your fun, we had ours.
That's a heavy paw hand into your shoulder that kind of pushes you into the mud just a little bit. It's good for you. And that was good for me. You see Oni.
Was it good for you, Takashi?
It was fun. It was a bit scary wrestling a giant bear, but I somehow did it.
Wait, you actually managed to pin her?
You owe me 10 gold. Holds a hand out to Thorn.
He reaches into his pocket.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys were betting on me. That's fantastic. I love that.
We don't have money here, Rose. I know it's kind of an old habit to break, but we don't actually bet with money. I've got 5 acorns. Is that okay?
Why are you walking around with 5 acorns?
Oh wait, speaking
of
gold,
do you think I have
only have? Yeah, I still only have 9 gold.
Yep. Yeah, I think you guys gave him the accord.
Oni will hand you 5 platinum. That was a great show. You earned it.
I have money.
You got money. But yes, Thorn, I will take your acorns and you owe me a favor.
Anything you want. Anytime.
Not sure if that means more or less. Anyway. So what are we doing now?
I think Taz and Aerith and Ken went into the book dimension.
Right. So they're probably still busy.
Ken fucked off to a corner of the camp.
That's right.
Yeah. We don't know where he went.
So it'll as you guys. That's a fair point. Everyone, roll me a perception check.
I can't stop looking at this fucking gift, bro. I've got to close my phone.
It's so crazy. It's so surreal. Like, you put it full screen, or at least larger, and like his head is like pivot fixed in point. Like, it's not moving. His neck twists, but his head does not drop an inch.
Oh, I was like, why is this to Jim? Because I was listening in on Ken and Rose's conversation.
Oni, you spotted him as you were running through the camp. Okay. You saw him at the edge of camp, kind of just like pacing back and forth as you were following the race through the town, or through the encampment. With your passive insight and a 31 perception, he wasn't upset, but there was definitely something on his mind. Rose, Takashi, as the two of you kind of look around, you feel a pulse in the distance. One that I know Rose has felt before. and you hear a ringing cry, a roar that sounds like bells almost. And as you look in the direction it came from, you see through the trees and the encampment a shimmer of platinum scales.
Rose will take off at a dead sprint.
Okay. What are the other two doing? Thorn kind of reaches out. Okay, I guess we're going.
Audio kind of chuckle and follow with him. Like, he looked like he was in thoughts. I'm imagining he's probably doing this on purpose, so don't freak out.
Yeah. My passive perception is higher than my roll.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, I'll run after too.
All right. Do you guys both overtake Rose, or do you run alongside Rose?
No, they're dead sprint. Olney's just kind of jogging beside Rose.
Dead sprint of 60 feet.
Okay. As you see Rose take off, Thorn run after them. You both kind of jog up next to them. Oni, you pass on that you had seen Ken in thought and meditation. Hold on, I'm going to do this.
As he says not to worry, Rose will just like look back at him as they run and just, last time he did this and tried to turn back and exploded.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, he's as we're kind of joking, he's gotten better at it. Like, he can do it and not die. Is mainly what I was getting at.
Okay.
There's still you can worry. He is your friend. You've got every right to worry. Just, I don't think he is at risk of exploding this time, mainly.
Okay. Ken, as you leave the book dimension and step out into the Seeker's tent, you look over at Alurin, the remaining kind of general here that was speaking with Thorn, who gives you a nod. You nod back, head out into the camp, the gentle rain still falling, the pattering of raindrops on the tree leaves, and the kind of fresh smell that it brings to the air. But there's something else about this rain, being arcane and summoned. There's a bit of magic to it that you can almost taste. You walk to the edge of the encampment and find a secluded part of the glade. You sit down and let the raindrops hit your head. You find yourself in that torrent of platinum energy. The lights in the distance, the constellations.
Okay. I am Ascalon. Ascalon is I. For my friends, family, and future wife, I will be the leader, Wanderers of Starlight, and their shield. And he does it.
Okay. You meditate for what feels like only a moment, but in reality is closer to almost half an hour. This mantra in your mind, convincing yourself. Part of you knows it's true, but a part of you remembers being a young boy. Remembers being human. Fights against it, almost unbeaten. You feel as that platinum vortex of energy around you stops spinning, and in that moment rushes into your form at the center of this vortex. You are immediately snapped out of your meditative state as you feel your body swell with power, your form grow 30 feet tall. You tower up amongst the trees. You look down, your hands now claws. You flex your back and feel the massive wings of platinum light and scales out around you.
Oh shit.
What's up?
Whoops. No, that's what Ken says. He's like, oh shit. Whoops.
Okay. In your mind, you say this, but out loud, all that you hear is a roar. You turn, hearing the sounds of footfalls behind you, and see your allies, Rose and Eidos, or not Eidos, wow, Oni. Man, how did that guy end up in my head? And Takashi, as they kind of sprint around, turning past a tree and into the glade that you had found. You look over your left shoulder, down at them. Make me a wisdom saving throw.
That's a genius.
Okay. You feel an instinct. Corruption is nearby, and as you feel this impulse, you hear, "Brother, we have the strength. We can do it. We can destroy it. We can destroy everything that poses to threaten us together as one. This power is incredible." You feel the instinct to summon justice, to strike down the corruption of a mask like you had once before. You fortify your mind. The instinct of your body, your hand kind of reaches out. You guys see as Ken turns, Askenlon turns towards you. His hand snaps out, almost like the sword was expected to be there. But as it does, you see him shake his head. What are you all doing?
You good, big guy?
Yeah. Sorry, I had a talk with Tasmakella, and she has some words for me that I wanted to meditate on, and I think I accidentally transformed. My apologies. I also had Snicker Snack with some choice words, and I told you we'll handle it the right way.
Brother, with the strength we could purge all corruption. We could purify the world. How could you hide such power? How could you keep it from saving so many?
And in so-called, this is mentally, by the way, in saving, quotations, those people, we would threaten the balance of the world.
It's imbalanced and needs justice. It desires. It's us. It needs this. Brother, how could you keep this from me?
Snicker Snack, trust me, I've had that mindset before, and the destruction that mindset would cause, we can't go that path.
Cannot
My friends
allow.
would, we can't go that path. We would
Cannot allow
harm
this.
so many, our friends, family, not to mention fathered would. We can't. I'm sorry. We can find another way. Please believe in me. Believe in them.
Make me a persuasion check. You guys watch as Askenlon kind of takes a step back onto his back right leg, his head down after speaking to you, and kind of like shaking back and forth like he's got a bad smell in his head. This power that you keep could save so many, and you restrict it out of fear.
I say more.
Snack is chaotic.
I say more on the side of a lesson learned.
Then what happens will be your responsibility. And the voice goes silent.
Sorry about that, everyone. I just had a brief spat. Snicker snack.
Ken,
Yeah. Hey.
don't do this. Don't do this to me again.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to be I guess I want to be my best, at my best, if we're going to continue down this path. And that would entail mastering this. I didn't mean to scare you. I'll change back.
Okay.
Wait. I'm gonna throw in the bardic inspiration.
Okay. What does your bardic inspiration sound like? What have they become now?
They're not innuendos anymore.
No. Huh.
As you're looking up at Ken, attempting to figure out how to inspire him. That. Just like
I mean, her talking is actually more distracting than anything.
I know. Do you think that it distracts you from being able to send out the inspiration?
Yeah.
Okay. So as Rose kind of reaches out to you and attempts to stop you, Ken, they begin to speak, but then they kind of like falter, shake their head, and you see them like almost shout silently to themselves. Make me a Constitution saving throw at advantage. Okay. You feel that power kind of fade out of you. You guys watch as Askenlan shifts from this massive platinum dragon into almost like a silhouette of platinum light that then just reduces in size. The wings retract in, the outline of the horns kind of like shift a little bit. A couple of the horns grow away, and as you're still attempting to wrap your mind around everything that's happening, Rose, you shake your head and look up, and in a kind of like of platinum light, the husk around Ken shatters, and he is back to himself.
Everything all good? Okay.
I leave it up to them. I have nothing to tell them that it's bad.
Yeah, I'm fine, with the exception of Snicksnack being aggressive, as usual. I guess
Rose would take 2 or 3 steps towards you, however far away they were from you, and they punch you in the face.
Roll me a strength check.
Or try to.
Ken, what's your dexterity again?
not high at all. It's 12.
What is your are you wearing your armor right now?
No, just his default
So
outfit.
that's an AC of
Apparently I'm at 18? What?
without your armor?
Oh wait, click off defensive fighter. I'm at 17.
Let's see, because it should be
Bro's
10
gonna
plus
slap him.
dex. So it should be 11, and then anything else you might have.
Oh, my ring of protection.
Yeah, which you would still have. You don't have your
wait.
shield.
No, I don't. Let me click the shield off. Where?
Does
I
a
know, like,
13 hit you?
Dragon
my
Thorns
shield.
have
My
like a
shield
natural
just
armor
clicked.
thing.
I just clicked your shield off for you, and
Yeah. Okay.
it's actually 14 without your shield. So as you strike out Rose, Ken, who
I
is...
don't dodge it.
You don't dodge it? Okay.
No.
Ken, who has just retaken his form, you deal, what is that? 1 point of damage?
1 point.
Which I don't think is even taken because he could... No, you have to be wearing your heavy armor. Never mind. 1 point.
Yeah.
and
I
like
deserve
just like a dusting of frost across your face as well.
Mm.
I deserve that. I'm sorry. I deserve that. And
That
now,
was really cool. I didn't... I mean,
Oh,
Rose
God.
told me that you could turn into a dragon, but I mean, I thought it was like kind of a bigger... That was as big as Taz. That might have even... Rose, was he bigger than Taz McKella? I think he was bigger
Don't
than
know.
Taz.
God.
He's okay though. Look. I mean, aside from the kind of frosty bruise on his cheek, he did it. He's here.
Mm.
I feel like we come out of the book dimension and we're just like, what's going on?
Okay. You and Taz step out of the book dimension later in the afternoon in an attempt to find the party. As you head out, there are two other faces you don't recognize within the tent, talking to the one who had been left behind. And as he looks up, he turns and goes, "Lady Taz McKella, a dragon has been spotted at the outskirts of camp. It just showed up," and her eyes widen. "Was it Titania's dragon?" No, my lady. Some sort of silver, metallic dragon." Her eyes go even wider, and she looks at Aerith. "We should hurry. This could be bad."
Wait.
I'm so glad I wasted all my utilities.
Just like, wait. I think I might know who it is. Let's give it a minute.
If she turns, if we're thinking it's the same person, the last time he did this, it didn't go so well, so perhaps we should be there just in case.
He's done it like 3 times after that.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Sarah's like, he got it. He chill.
Lauren looks between the two of you. "So is this a threat that we need to be reacting to? Should we be mustering the army?" And
No,
Taz goes,
no.
"It's only a
it's
threat to
fine.
him. He's the only one he's threatening is himself. He may be, Aerith, and I fully believe in Ken's strength, but this... Oh, God. Rose could not handle this if something happened to him. Come on." And she darts off towards
Fine, go to your girlfriend, Jesus, and I'm
the edge.
I just slowly follow behind her as she's just like sprinting, and I'm just like,
Okay.
Hi.
As Thorn and Rose are still like talking, and Thorn's kind of like, "That was so cool." Taz runs up. "Did I... Oh," kind of like stops next to Oni. "Did I miss it? Is everyone okay?"
Only just give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, like, it's okay.
She looks past Thorn and Rose and sees Ken on his feet. "Oh, thank Bahamut." She walks over to Ken. I'm gonna go ahead and I need to do this. With a 22, she slaps you across the face. Crack! That is very dangerous. I know. And you're right. Right time and place, though, my dear.
I'm sorry. My whenever I get into that mindset, I have to act on it. darn you, Sid, and your stupid theories on. I'm sorry. When you told me, when you told me how dragons instinctually are able to harness their magic and shapeshift, I wanted to theory craft and brainstorm and try to put it into practice in order to train on it and be my best.
She looks up to you because I realize now that Taz is about a foot shorter than you are. She kind of takes her.
Up and slapped it.
Yeah, she kind of like did that whole like crank where she slapped upwards.
Yeah.
And it was the other cheek. Like Rose hit you from the right, she hit you from the left, and she puts her hand on your cheek and goes, "I know, and you're right. It is that way. But I meant for you to start here." And she puts her hand on your chest, in your heart. That form, it draws a great deal of power from you and from the world, as any transformation does. And while you are growing, apparently much better at controlling that surge, she just looks up at you. We all risk so much. We must risk it at the right times. Yes?
You're right. I'm sorry.
No.
Are we all taking turns slapping him now? Is it someone else's turn now?
I mean, if you would like to, I kind of just operated on instinct. Aerith, you run up, you see Taz kind of just like take her hand down from the side of Kent's face. And one side is red, kind of starting to bruise a little bit with a little bit of like frost on it. And the other side has this like bright red, almost like 4 fingerprints across his cheek.
Wow, Ken, you're such a... I don't even know what to call it. But are we all just slapping Ken here? So it's just, or is that-
Apparently.
Oh, apparently?
I mean, if you want to take a turn, go at it.
I give Ken an inspection just to see if there's anything wrong with him.
He seems fine. Everything, all his equipment's still there.
You want to
his
make sure
gear's
he's
still
not
on.
hurt before you slap him.
Yeah.
Taz did deal 1 more point of damage, but
I'm just like walking around him, looking at him, lift up an arm, lift up his tail, just inspecting him, and I was just like, Ken, can you like lean down a bit? Just don't worry.
Kicking
I won't
his ass or
slap
something?
you.
Yeah, Ken, I'll lean down.
I grab your ear and just yank it.
Ow! I'm sorry!
Why are
Jesus.
you doing this in the middle of a camp when nobody knows about it?
I was training. I wasn't really... I didn't mean to transform. It was more of a meditation thing. And then, I guess, I must have slipped during my meditation and it happened. I'm sorry.
Maybe in the future we should do this in a pocket dimension, like the archive or the mansion, right?
Yes, lesson learned. Won't do it outside again.
I let go of his hair and pat him on his cheek and goes like, good. Say something.
No, you're not dead, so good job.
second.
Plenty
Just give
of-
you a light pat on the shoulder, like, you did good.
Plenty of things to say, and I won't right now. But I'm glad.
Also, I
it
just
didn't
realized I was still
explode.
covered in mud. There you go, I just put mud all over your shoulder.
You are still covered in mud.
I used prestidigitation, just clean it all up.
It's no fun.
Aw.
I'm not gonna get muddy because you decided to wrestle a bear.
I'm hugging Aerith while covered in mud.
I cleaned
As you-
you.
As you go to cast
I can
prestidigitation,
roll in the mud some more.
Rose will just step back a few steps and just sigh and put their head in their hands.
Thorn and Taz both walk up to you, like either side, and kind of put a hand on your back, look at each other, nod. Thorn looks out. That was really cool, but like Taz said, irresponsible. And I liked Air's opinion. Just let us know, you know? I think that would keep us in the loop.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Again, sorry.
Hey.
Lesson learned, and I'm very good at remembering things, so it won't happen again.
Good.
Yeah, because if
we-
it does, it's gonna be more than just your ear. Or
We all
doing
make
one of
mistakes.
those red anime eye glowing eyes.
We all make mistakes, and the only thing that we can do is learn from them and try to do better in the future. Right, Taz? Taz looks at him and goes, exactly. Life is a journey, and it's filled with all sorts of choices. I am impressed that you were able to channel it so sufficiently. It shows a great amount of growth in such a short time.
Thank you. I'm taking what you said to heart. I probably went about it the wrong way, but now I will be better about it.
It's all we can do. All right. Well, I was able to determine that apparently the dragon that Lady Titania has inscripted into her service is a Fey dragon, which I suppose we should have probably assumed, but I thought they'd be a myth. Dragons never existed here, or at least not as far as I knew.
What is a Fey dragon?
Yeah, that's a first for me.
What type of
No.
damage does it do?
I know.
So I can make pellets.
Yeah.
Well,
I respect the
In-
hustle.
I gotta try.
within the material world, dragons are creatures of ideology. We are beings of magic and of the world, an intersection of nature and magic, the most powerful of such
The apex.
crossovers. Precisely. Within that realm, your people have created many different philosophies, and the various dragon kin have evolved in that line. The metallics seek peace, nobility, truth, understanding. The chromatics seek destruction, chaos, tyranny, and
Loyalty.
ownership. Yes. And the gem dragons exist as hermits to the rest of the world, choosing instead to remain neutral to all of the trials within it. So much so that even we who serve Bahamut the closest know not how many gemstone dragons there may be within the world. But all of them are shaped by our world. There have been others. Shadow dragons, nether dragons, creatures of sufficient power and magic that evolved within their own environments, and I presume a Fey dragon is as such. If our world is a world of ideologies, of choice, of identity, then the Fey is a world of life. that these people know not death as we know it. I tremble to know what kind of beast can be born of that magic and that ideal. Oh,
Can we kill it?
I don't know. If it is a Fey creature, and we are within the FeyWild, I don't believe so.
Well, we can at least try to
No.
break its physical form temporarily.
If it's
We-
a Fey creature, wouldn't it like freedom?
But there are Fey creatures serving Titania. Titania herself is Fey. And she has convinced these people that the best path for their freedom is to take the freedom of others, to ensure their own. It is one walked out of fear and desperation.
So we convince the dragon to fight Titania.
Yeah,
Just win it
he's
over
Alright,
to
he's-
our
Rose,
side.
you got it.
I mean, just tell it you're gonna be the next Titania. Easy.
Like, I am already Titania. That
don't-
crown is mine. Does Titania have a crown?
She had pins.
They're yours now, Rose.
Oh.
All comes back to panties. Either way, you are right. While we might not be able to kill it, we can destroy its form enough that it would be forced to coalesce itself once more, as all Fey creatures do, which would take time, enabling us to complete the plan and to raise our seeker to their rightful place.
Do we want to kill the dragon before we assault the capital? Or are we planning on just being like, wing it, kill them all?
I mean, that's
Would probably be a better idea to take care of it beforehand, right?
yeah, but
Rose.
that's we're trying to find it. We don't know.
Can we draw it out? Be like, oh look, a scouting like they spot a scouting party that's not totally we wanted them to spot, and then like they lure out the dragon, and then we attack it.
Don't- I don't think it would come out for anything less than something big.
Well, what if it was something important, like a scouting party with you in it? Or Thorin, I feel like if Titania's like, hey, there's a scouting party with the enemy leader in there, they'd probably want to send something really big to go take it out. It's just an idea. It's just a suggestion. Don't just jump on it, but
It's not a bad idea. Dragons only really attacked when we had sufficient forces or when it needed to make a quick strike and getaway. We've never really been able to predict where it's going to show up. But he's
Eric,
right.
Nicholas taught you Power Word Fall, right?
No.
No, I thought he did. He gave you access to his book.
So
You
many
learned
times.
nothing.
So
I
many
don't think I
times.
chose something or.
No, I
choose
gave
something
you.
like
I
that,
gave you the entire access to his book.
Mhm.
like before he left, or
Yes, this was
But
a
you would've-
long time ago.
You would have had to sit down with the spell scroll and inscribing materials and copy them into your own book, and you never did that with his book.
I think I
This
did
was, like,
that.
during, like, Purple
Damn.
Worm. Back during the Purple Worm.
Yep,
Wah,
I
wah.
remember.
No,
Oh no.
Power Word Fall would have been so
You did
good.
transcribe one spell, and I know you did it because we talked about it and you took the materials out, but it wasn't Power Word Fall. It was
No,
I think it was like remove curse.
No, because I don't have that spell
It
either.
was a bigger spell.
Yeah, it was something, but it wasn't his.
It might have
custom
been a
spell.
gravity one. I think it might have been one of the gravity spells. I'm not sure, but I do know you had access to his book, and now I'm sad.
I mean, if you
I
want
literally.
Rose, oh good.
Well, hold on. I literally can't believe I'm about to say this, but do you think a random, unknown thereof dragon appearing would be enough to summon it?
Perhaps.
Gives a
Maybe?
very pointed look at Ken.
Do you have Skywrite? Because I feel
Come
like
at
if
me,
we
bitch.
write,
Yes.
Well, if
I
I'm
have
a-
a ritual.
I want to be honest. If we say Titania stinks, or something along those lines, she'd probably get pissy and be like, "Dragon, kill."
Her pride would never recover.
They
I mean,
wrote mean things about me.
Or
She's
I could put Titania's panties.
there's a million things you could write, but you said Titania's kind of gone off the rails. I'm assuming that would just send her into a frenzy, would it not?
Rose, hey,
Hmm.
as much
Yes.
as I love talking about the different ways to piss off Titania, I have to pee,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back. You guys
There
brainstorm,
go.
and if you need me to, I can be bait. Like they're not wrong. I'm important enough that maybe if we we get the words out through our spies that I'll be out in the scouting party. Who knows? It could work. But first, I'm gonna go find a tree. I'll be back. Thorn's gonna leave the scene while I leave the scene. I'll be right back.
Alright, while he's gone, Ken, the nuclear bomb. Alright, any other ideas besides bait?
I mean, out of character, because Rose wouldn't know. We could reenact like the stuff that pissed her off the first time and hang her panties from Tharna's flagpole again. That might
Do we
piss her
still
off
have
enough.
it? Do you
I'm
still
sure
have her?
Bastille does.
I feel like Titania would want to recover them during the raid. We can
Yeah,
ask him.
but yeah, I
I
don't
will
know.
say this. I want a short rest before we go because I wrestled a bear and I'm out of a lot of my stuff.
Yeah, I can do that.
So we could do the bait. We could start a big
Yeah.
old fire. Illusion magic maybe. I mean, we don't have to take Thorn if you don't want to risk him. We could have one of us use a disguise kit, and we can just give false information like, "Oh, Thorn, he's totally there."
I mean, yeah. Or I could literally turn into Thorn, although that would be about the same, I guess, between Rose and Thorn being the bait.
True. I'm gonna be honest. Oni could probably sneak into the city with his shadow and just cause chaos as well.
Alright, I'm back.
I'll go back.
Because you
Okay.
can go like infinite distance, right, with the shadow.
No, I can go 1,000 feet.
I mean, that's still pretty big. Enough to cause a distraction, at least. So, which one are we doing? Or
I
we
don't
could
know.
do 2 bags of holding.
Yes.
Do it.
You'll never expect the third time.
I mean, do you think bait would work? It's the least. It
Worst
takes the
case,
least work, I guess.
case scenario, she sends either arms guards instead, or she sends nobody.
Yes, it's my opinion exactly. It's either going to be what we want, or
Well, we don't.
I mean, even if they send armed guards, we could probably pick them all off, and then that's just less people we have to fight when the army goes through.
well, unless we were going to take more prisoners, and otherwise they'll just get back up.
I would assume it takes them more than like 2 days to get reconstituted.
It's about a week or so.
Yeah, so whoever we kill, we'll just have to do it within a week.
Easy. In and out.
Yeah.
1 week of
Exactly.
No
Well,
big deal.
And I don't have to feel bad about just killing them because they're not going to actually die. It's fantastic.
It still hurts.
I mean, they're going to be trying to stab me too.
Just saying.
I will painlessly attempt to kill them, and then they'll come back to life. How about that?
Make
I'll
it
hit them
happen
with
so
water.
fast that it doesn't even like
Exactly.
doesn't
I will
register.
kill them
You
with
know, they
water.
just die on the spot.
Right.
Water, soft and fluffy.
No, no. Is it like if you fall from a sufficient enough height that
It's
hitting a
cement.
surface of water is the same as hitting cement?
Concrete. Yeah.
Get that like non-Newtonian fluid. That way, it's soft when you need it to be soft, but then like a fucking brick when you apply a little bit of force.
Right.
So we going with the bait, or any other ideas? Or do we just want to attempt to fight the dragon when we do the whole army thing?
Well, that's the thing is, no matter what, if we start this process and kill her dragon, that's the start of the war, or at least the start of the end of the war.
We should do it as a prelude to the siege.
Exactly.
If we can get the dragon out when our armies are ready to help, then perhaps even if things go sideways, we could retreat to the army and then have bad army.
Is there any other things that need to get done before the siege? So we got
Rose-
the dragon, and then the wall, and then Rose's arm.
Rose very slowly like raises their right arm and kind of just like wiggles their fingers at you.
Our friend has told us that Titania is locked away in her tower with her little bitch Oberon. Aside from that, we just got to get the troops out of the city so that we can move through it with minimal,
Interference.
yeah, because you guys are going to need your strength to get to her, and the only way through that city is through the whole damn city. She built
Man,
that
why
palace.
did you have to lose the harp? That would have been a perfect distraction.
I'm sorry.
I was like, it was like 2 months ago, I want to say, in real life, that I was like, he hasn't touched that harp. The harp's insulted. The harp's leaving him. Next time he asks about it, it's just not there. And then you
We
didn't
gotta
ask
put
about
it
it.
away.
The whole time that you guys traversed through the Dale of Earth, it was already gone.
Oh no, bro!
Damn.
Yep, as
This
soon
is
as you
like
guys...
when you get a pet as a kid, and the parents like, "Well, you're gonna have to feed it, and take it out, walk it." You didn't do
You
any
forgot.
of it.
Yep.
100% it.
Immediately forgot about it.
We had
The poor
important
harp.
things to do.
Yep.
Oh,
You can
More
spend
important than
10
the harp.
minutes talking to the harp and playing it.
Narrative things go a long way in a narrative game.
You gotta love sentient objects.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking to myself. I was like, this is so weird. Aerith hasn't done anything with the harp. Let's go. You know what? The harp's insulted. The harp can just, it's just going to leave. I don't know if it can, but I'm God. I'm going to say it can. So, I guess then if Operation Bait and Switch is the prelude to our assault. Looks at your arm.
Yeah.
You to go into your soul.
Oh, God. Well, Taz was saying that she and you probably shouldn't come with.
He looks at her, and she just gives him like a small smile. He looks at you and kind of furrows his brow. Dear, someone should stay with your father. He should... You should be with him. And I need to stay with the army. Someone should be here to lead it in case we are attacked. He kind of looks between you and her, and his hands instinctively, like his left hand just instinctively goes to the very, very nice longsword that he wears on the left side of his hip. Kind of rests on it, and his eyes just drop. It kind of takes this like long absent expression and nods. Right. Okay.
Believe me, I want you there,
I want to be there. But
especially if something goes wrong.
it won't. And he kind of like shakes his head. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Got the Wanderers of Starlight here. Ken, Aerith. Oni's the only, or not Oni, Eodos is the only one. But I know that was a big one to ask, so it's probably for the better. You guys got this. And she's right.
So,
Okay.
what's the plan?
Well, I mean, Dad's in SAR now, so we get to SAR
We go
now.
there. Let's see. I have.
We get a short rest before we fight.
Yeah,
Dragon
I'm trying to.
demonic soul entanglement. I fought a
trying to see
bear
if
and
I'm trying to see if I even have the power to do it today. If I can get us back.
What sort
or
of then?
not. Yeah.
At worst, I can send you all back. I just want to make sure you have sufficient strength to tackle this ordeal. I know it's been a long day already for you, Rose.
Yeah. 48 hours.
Right? That's when we're supposed to hear back from the scouts. So I wouldn't want to assault anything before then. They might be able to find a weak point in the thorn wall, and then we can stage our attack there. Or maybe they find a strong point and we attack that one because she would never expect it. He looks at Taz and she just kind of gives him like a raised eyebrow. It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
She wouldn't expect it because it would be a lot harder.
Yeah, but like, okay, I'm gonna think on it though. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna go talk to
Workshop,
Alurin.
get back to
Yeah. Hey, Caraway, Alurin, we got something to talk about. Come on.
What if we
Well?
all got on a catapult and we had parachutes and we just launched over?
Oh, he just looks like, bruh, and he just floats off the ground. We can fly.
We gotta get the rest of the army.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We gotta airborne drop them into the field.
I know some of you can fly, but it's the army.
The freaking Fey army, the army of the Fey rebellion coming in like lemmings dropped from the sky.
Dying on impact, you know.
Picking themselves back up.
Takashi gets what he wanted with riding corpses getting catapulted in, but, you know, they're rotting after they get there.
As long as it works.
So do we want to rest here, rest in Sarnau?
What do you guys think? Do you want a day? We have at least that much, but that's about it.
I mean, I just need a short rest for my stuff.
Yeah, rest would sound nice. I need to.
Short rest.
That's good. It'll give you a chance to have a chat with Snickersnack because I feel like he's also going to be pretty important in this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
You honestly might want to, like, personally introduce them to Rose, too, just so that they're aware.
Yeah, I probably should. Wish there was some way I
Alright.
can just find a way to like share his voice with other people instead of it
Telepathic
just being
link
me.
or bond or whatever. Do you know that? Is that what you learned, Aerith?
Huh?
The telepathic link spell?
No.
Damn.
I don't even know what spell I took from him.
It's either in your spellbook or it's not.
Right?
Eesh.
Aren't you? Isn't you're the god of knowledge? How do you forget all this stuff?
I'm connected to the god of knowledge.
Ask him. He'll know.
Excuse me, Professor. What spell did I take
I
from
forgot
my
what that
list?
assignment was about. Oh yeah, speaking of assignments.
Oh, he turned his homework in. Don't worry.
Okay, just check.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I
You
totally
get a you get a
forgot
gold
about it.
sticker. You get a gold sticker. Aerith.
I expect an actual star.
Just follows you around. This like golden light that trickles around behind you.
that sword emblem we had when we spelled is just a gold star on his shoulder at all times.
Right. Well, of the spells I know, I don't have anything necessarily to connect all of us. I could
Would
use
sending work?
25 words at a time.
That's so many
I could use
slots.
detect thoughts possibly on him, although I don't know how well that would work.
Up to you.
It might go poorly, but I could just talk to him, I guess.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Maybe let, before Ken unattunes and you attune, maybe let Ken give him a quick heads up.
Yeah, definitely tell him the plan beforehand, please.
So that he doesn't try to, make
Immediately.
Rose kill themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll prep to do that. This is gonna be a long day.
It's gonna go great. What's the
Thorn
worst that could happen?
squeezes your shoulder and gives you like a nod and a smile. It will. It will.
Right.
Ken, as you... Oh, God.
I was just gonna say, it's easy. Thorn and Taz and Ken and Aerith and everybody else believes in you. Just believe in their belief.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
Exactly.
Gotta comment on this shit. Although we can't put Thorn in that position because then he's gonna go the way of Sebas.
Please, no, thank you.
There could only be one Sebas.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Alright, now about those nukes.
Yeah, as soon as we can implement those.
Oh, boy.
I'm saying a minimum of 3 nukes.
3 nukes.
Sorry about that. So, Ken, what were you doing?
I guess I'll grab a seat, pull a snicker snack off my back, and just I guess lay down the plan.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check as you sit down on one of the kind of makeshift log benches that they have strewn around here. Unsheath the snicker snack, resting it across your lap.
Flash of Genius number 3, because I feel like I'm gonna need it.
Team. There's a hesitation as you begin, with your normal greetings with him, and usually it's exuberant, enthusiastic. He's ready. Here we go. We must slay our enemies. Any path we could walk that brings us closer to our goal is one that we must follow with all speed. And as you begin to lay out the plan, and this rose you speak of is the arbiter of the corruption I sense.
I wouldn't call them arbiter. They're just, unfortunately, forcibly being linked with Colonday. I believe with your help, we can separate them, and then we could pretty easily, quotations.
I was like, pretty easily Kate over here cackling maniacally.
Well, with past experience, we've destroyed 2 of the 5 masks of Tiamat. I think we can do it again if we can get them separated. And I think with your help, we can do just that.
There's a long pause. The power we felt earlier is more than sufficient to destroy this corruption. You ask much of me, brother. Roll me a persuasion check again.
Rose will lean forward and just grab your shoulder and wheeze, and I'm gonna do a bardic inspiration.
So you can roll a
Try and-
d12 and add it. Okay. 15? That's still not bad.
1d12? Nope.
Okay, 25 is even better.
Hey.
But if you would have me, if this is your will, I will do what you ask. I will speak with them, make my own judgment of their worth. Can you roll me an insight check really quick? Something I had forgotten while you were talking. Don't worry about it.
You love to hear that. Love to hear it.
Flash of Genius.
I
14?
was gonna say, did the plus 10 put him over failing, or would he have succeeded without it?
Technically, yes.
Okay, because if it would have failed, he keeps the inspiration die.
It would have failed without the inspiration.
Okay.
The inspiration got him up over it.
Okay, cool.
So he still has it or doesn't?
No, if
passed,
he rolls it,
Okay.
He uses it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
if
Gotcha.
the die
Okay.
were to make him pass, it goes away.
Gotcha.
But if it fails, he still keeps it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna do a long rest anyway, I might as well put these charges of flash to use.
Unfortunately, a 14. There's something. A static in the air. It's not having to do with Rose. Almost like the hair on the back of your neck stood up. But it wasn't. You don't sense that it has to do with Rose. But there's something definitely making Snicker Snack feel edgier than he has before.
Oh no.
He's mad you've been keeping them out of the loot, dude.
If you would have me assist Miss Rose, I will give whatever aid I can. But you must promise me that we will destroy all of the corruption of these chromatics. These aberrations must be purged. And there can be no hesitation. Sometimes the most beautiful flower must burn for the forest to regrow.
Snicker Snack is very much a sink the ship to get at the captain type.
About to send a gif of a character that just popped in my head.
Motherfucker's like a Kainu, dude.
Yeah.
How dare
I was
you
like-
bring that man into our chat?
One Piece.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, oh god, Sticker Snack's a Kainu. Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but if you guys
Oh,
agree that I'm doing a good
yeah.
job.
Yeah, a Kainu is a member of the Navy and is very much sink the ship to get at the captain. He has a line where he's like, if there's a boat full of innocent people and one pirate, he'd sink the ship and everyone on it to get at the pirate.
It was Ascalon's perspective too, before you guys stopped him.
So that definitely tracks. Oh, no.
Wrong pen.
Fervor. In any direction, it can be a problem.
Yeah. But thank you. Your help will be greatly appreciated. And just try to help them out as much as you can. They need all the help they can get. And we're here for them, obviously, but I think you being there will also, just make things their way just a little bit more. If that makes sense.
I will help however I can.
All right, Rose. I had a talk. He has agreed to help. I think
To
he
kill
wants
me?
to. No. He wants to talk to you. I guess he wants to get a read on your character, but he did say he would help you. And then I
Alright.
laid out the plan, and then we got this. I think we got this. Oh, scratch that. I know we got this.
Well, if everybody knows it, who am I to say otherwise? Alright. How long does it take to unattune? Is that instant?
Yeah, the unattuning happens as you attune to a new thing. You have to choose something old to unattune from when you finish the attunement to a new object.
Alright. Well, then Rose will just. Actually, where are we? I don't want to do this out in the middle of the
Yeah,
camp.
you're pretty much at
Fuck
the
this.
outskirts of the camp right now. You're like,
We're going back to sit somewhere comfortable if I have to talk to a crazy sword.
where are you going? Back to the Seeker's tent? Are you going all the way back to Sarnau? What's the plan?
Just go back to the tents and stuff for now, I guess.
As you walk back through the camp, you walk past your troops, your soldiers, your generals. As you do, the few that aren't preoccupied look your way, give you a nod, as if you, Seeker? 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 You open up the main tent, see Thorn. See Thorn and Caraway and Allura. Now I realize where his name came from, why I recognize it. Aloran. Still standing around the table. Thorn's like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if it's the thickest spot of the wall, then she's not... Oh. Hey, Rose. We were just talking about possible...
I know. Thickest... The hardest part of entry, right? That sounds great.
Really? You really think that?
Really?
It's definitely an option.
It's
Not
one of the plans
that...
of all time.
Yeah. I can agree that she definitely probably wouldn't see it coming.
See? The Seeker agrees. The Seeker agrees with me.
Uh-huh. Right. So you guys need to get out. I need to talk to a crazy sword.
I'm trying to decide whether or not the DC's high enough to ask you to roll persuasion. I don't think it is. So as Thorn looks between the two of them, goes, I think we both kind of know the layout of the city. Let's go take our conversation outside. The other two look at each other and just kind of like smirk and follow him out. One a giant werebear, the other just about his height.
Is
into the
Titania still able to like spy on people?
Probably.
You would know that like her spies are... It's not like an omnipresent thing outside of her city, kind of. And not even really necessarily omnipresent in the city. She has a huge spy network, but you trust the people in this camp.
No. I'm asking because could we get Thorn to just sort of, talk about his plan in a way that relays that information to her so she thinks we're going to do something stupid and then
Talk
we
about it
actually do
specifically
something.
in front of the spy.
Yeah, like, is there a way to feed the information intentionally?
We do have a prisoner that could be not released, obviously, but released. If we wanted to feed some bad information, what was his name again? Is it Gale? Gale. That was who his name was. That
A Waterdeep?
No, it's a different Gale. This one's he's like us. He's a changeling, but he threw in his lot with Titania years ago and has been paying the price for it in a cage.
Right, I wouldn't let him free if that's what you're considering.
Well, I'm not gonna like go up to him and be like, "You're free." I'd be like, maybe we loosen the bolts on his cage and facilitate an escape that he somehow manages to get away with.
Can he use magic? Because he could just use sending from his cage.
If he could, he would have. I don't think he has anything that strong.
Well, he might if we were to release his magic.
That's true.
So we have him bound. He can't use magic. I'm pretty sure he can't actually leave the town either. That was one of my stipulations.
Yeah.
Do you think she would take it serious if we were to let him use his magic? Feed her let him overhear something and then he dies? Would she be more inclined to believe that there was a slip of security if she got word of something and then he was executed?
I mean, it could add a little bit of like weight, but I don't know if she would care.
Yeah.
Fair.
Not entirely sure how close he was to her.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, not so much that I want her to, but more like, would it make it believable that he had actual information if he were
Right.
to die while relaying it, So, like, say we wanted to make them think, oh, we're going to strike this toughest part because she'd never see it coming, and then she tries to reinforce that, and now you guys can hit a weaker spot and draw her attention with surprise, and now she's scrambling to go address you guys, and we sneak in.
Or we tell him that we're going to hit the weak spot and we go for the strong one. All right. I'll stop pitching. But no, it's a good idea. Yeah, because like it would essentially be zero loss for us. We just leak the information and allow him to escape, follow him until we're sure he sent the message, kill him, recapture him, put him back in his cage. You do your thing again to him, and you make it so that he can't do stuff without his head hurting. It's,
It's not the first time he's gotten himself killed.
Nope. Wouldn't be the first time I killed him either.
Well, just give us some thought. I'm not saying that's something we need to do, but just trying to think of small things we can layer in to maybe help
there's
in the long run.
multiple ways to do it. So we could have like scarecrows, put them off in like the woods, and then move them so they think that there's a large army there, but it's like, oh nope, just some scarecrows.
Yeah, we'll workshop this while you and Kim do your thing with Snickersnack.
Sure. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. We'll do that. I mean, if you wanted to go talk to him, he's over there, and they kind of just gesture out into the rest of the camp.
Would he know anything that we could get from him?
We've pulled some information out of him. That's where we learned that apparently Titania used to have like, I guess it was some sort of like regular access into her chambers, and now no one. Just no one. There's no way up into her tower. They don't even know how she and Oberon get in and out, but they don't even let their servants up there. They are...
Is it different from that circle that...
Through the vault?
Yeah, me and Nicholas, the wizard we were talking about earlier, we found that and snuck into a room. That's why he was able to kick pillows off of.
Right. That's... Yes, I do remember Dad saying something about another teleport. So Gail told us that initially, yeah, she had a teleportation circle, but that one had been broken, and I think that was like the main way that they used to get in. But if you're telling me there's another one, I mean, it'd be foolish for her not to have some way of getting in and out, right? Like, what if she got hit with some sort of...
And it was hidden in the vault behind like a false wall.
Okay. So we go down to go up. Okay.
I mean, if we're really desperate, we can climb the wall into the tower. Rapunzel, let down your hair.
That's a big wall. But
I'm sure I can climb.
I was just about to say that.
Okay. You all go plan. Have fun. Talk to him if you would like.
We could use the immovable rod to climb up too.
You could.
What happens when you do the immovable rod and it locks in place? If you teleport, like, does it stay? Like, if you were to, have it on your backpack and somebody activates it, so there's a prank and you don't know it, so you've been standing there talking and you just got to teleport out. Does it just like rip your bag off your back as you teleport out because it can't move, or does it go with you?
I'd say the teleport spell would probably dematerialize you, but seeing that the rod's
the rod
fixed,
would just be left in midair.
Yep, it would just be floating there. This would be an interesting story beat. You walk into like a mage's laboratory or something like that, and there's just a rod, like an immovable rod floating in the air.
Huh. Weird. There's a story there.
But my bad, yeah, you guys go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just, like I said, if you would like to explore the camp, go for it. Talk to anybody.
Anyone else want to wrestle a bear? Give it a try, Earth. You might like it.
You'd have to pay me.
You know,
I mean,
thanks
I'll give you
to
5
a
platinum if you
donation.
win.
I was gonna say I got
Actually have
5
money?
platinum.
I need 200.
Oh no.
Platinum?
You want
Damn,
the platinum?
you're expensive.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I have it in space, but I'm not giving you 200
Yeah, that's
platinum.
not worth it. You should have been happy with 1 platinum.
Nope.
Because you don't even. This isn't contingent on you winning either. If you just wrestle her, I'd be willing to spot you. I'll become your sponsor. But not 200 platinum. I'd say that incurs some like stipulations. Like I'm gonna need you to win. I need you to make it like thorough.
Why are you talking about as if I'm actually gonna do it?
It'd be funny.
I'm not gonna do
You
it.
won't.
You gotta
The walls
relax
you won't-
sometimes, Aerith. You can't always just be serious. You gotta go wrestle a bear from time to time.
You gotta step out of your comfort zone. Get out the book
Exactly.
dimension every now and then.
Yeah, you gotta work on your muscle tone, Aerith.
You'll never be able to cross the sea if you're afraid to lose sight of the shore. Get out there, dude.
I go back to writing.
Goes back to his homework.
Thorin, please escort. Have fun.
He stops like in the entryway to the tent and turns around and rushes over to you, leans down, gives you a kiss. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, just talking to his sword. What's the worst that could happen?
Right. Okay. That's the wrong question to ask. My brain just went in 12 different directions. I'm gonna go now. Good luck, everybody.
Have fun.
He kind of like turns around, his head drops just a little bit, and he heads out the tent door. You guys are left in the Seeker's tent, the small arcane flames just kind of flickering within the lanterns hung from like suspended pole in the middle. What are you doing?
Rose will sit down with Snickersnack, I guess, and get working on that.
Okay. So as you sit down, Ken kind of walks over and holding it in his hand, hands it out to you. You reach out. Make me a charisma check. Here in your mind, railing against your consciousness, this invasive, loud voice. It attempts to stop you. You feel almost like the shards pulling back at your arm as you reach out.
No. Fuck your
Grab.
deals.
Grab the sword. You bearer of corruption. How did you come to be this way? Be honest with me, and I shall judge you.
Unintentionally.
Make me a persuasion or deception, your choice. Okay. Then what happened?
I tried to destroy it. All right. Power like that can't be easily destroyed. Made a mistake.
You can never be rid of me. I am a part of you. The cold in your heart. The winter, your silence, abomination. We are speaking. You are nothing. You are a sword. An abomination that has been created by magics from beyond your own understanding. You did nothing to become what you are. You are evil incarnated. You will be torn down from your pedestal, and this. The argument goes back and forth for a while. What do you do, Rose?
They just have their eyes like squeezed shut and just
Okay.
sitting hunched over the sword.
Okay. As you listen to them shout vitriol at each other back and forth for about 5 or 10 minutes, Ken, Oni, Takashi, I'm getting the names. Like, there's been, I keep wanting to say Nick, and it's like, no, it's not Nick, it's Takashi.
Not Nick.
Uh,
Not Enos.
You look over, and you could see the look of consternation, of worry, and sweat on Rose's brow as they focus and listen to this tirade of vitriol. Rose, make me a wisdom check.
Just tell Klondike to shut up.
Okay, it's very good. As the
Not bad for a -1.
argument culminates in this rapid fire. Do you speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only other language I speak.
Rapid fire back and forth of anger, vitriol, all spoken in Draconic, an old style of it, but noticeably Draconic. You finally have had enough, and as you will that into your mind, you see as this tiny white ball is pushed into a cage in one direction, and this little green one is pushed into a cage in the other direction.
What are your rooms?
And it is quiet. What do you do?
Ow. Okay. You both going to listen?
Yeah.
Good.
That's right. Sorry. You're right. It would have been a white one and a gold one. A golden light.
Mm-hmm.
I did green because I had the image of Sticker Snack up, and the blade looks all like plants and stuff. But yeah, so one's gold, one is white. Who do you ask?
Snickersnack.
I am willing to discuss the possible future, but not with her.
No, I understand. That's why I'm sure Ken asked you. I want to get rid of her, but it's complicated. This kind of power, you can't just throw it away. You can't just drop it. Worst case, it goes back to someone who will use it very, very poorly.
I agree.
Honestly, there is no best case. How do we get rid of her?
I do not know. He is like me. The soul made manifest in a material object, given purpose and direction.
You don't have any ideas?
Whose are you?
I can offer you no avenue to follow. But whatever path you choose, so long as it immediately leads to her destruction. And you kind of like look over your shoulder to see that white ball slamming itself against this cage, rattling against your mental prison that you've trapped her in temporarily. You can feel like claws clawing at the inside of your mind to let her out. then I will do anything in my power to help you. And to help my brother.
To start, help is good. One of my companions, he had the idea to go in, similar to something that we did for Ken, to go, I don't even know, into my soul and eradicate her there. Is that something you think would work?
We would need to enter a space where yours and hers were separated. Potentially then, if given physical form, potentially the energy and corruption that fuels it could be destroyed.
And if we could get into that space, is that something we could do? You could help facilitate.
I know not how to enter such a place, but if anything can be done in my power, I will do it to see this corruption ended.
All right. So, are you sticking with me until then?
Make me a persuasion check. I will fight alongside you, however I can to help see this through. But my place will be forever to hunt these aberrations. Where we go from there, we will decide then.
As much as I can ask for right now, I suppose. This is gonna be an issue, isn't it? And Rose will turn and look at the cage where Conde is trapped.
As you do, you look over and see there slam into one corner and it break and crack apart. You will not contain me. I will not be forced into a pocket of your mind. The scratching continues, like tearing and ripping. But within his small little box that you have him set, Snicker Snack is still just sort of gently bobbing in the air, a golden ball of light. You are the bond to both of us. It will be a tumultuous experience.
That's putting it lightly.
Do you think you can handle it? The chaos?
They'll just close their eyes for a second and then look up and then grin. Just, yeah, it was born chaos. Let's go.
Then my power is yours. And in order to destroy her, she must be set free. We should make haste to whomever can facilitate her execution.
Alright. And Rose will get up and let Colinde out.
Okay. As you release the hold of the cage, it's like an explosion of ice in your mind, like a brain freeze, you know? You hear that roar, that cry that echoes off of every part of your internal mind, and then as you release Snickersnack, I will hunt her in your mind and try to keep her at bay. Act quickly. And there's a roar of fury as your mind becomes embroiled in this cacophonous sound that does not fade.
Alright. Just open my eyes back to the real world and look up at Ken. Just, we need to go.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Fuck. Okay. Just look around. That I need to find Taz and Thorn. Where'd they go? I sent Thorn out.
You sent Thorn out. As you head out to find him, you almost bump into Taz, who was heading into the tent to meet you all. He takes one look at you and goes, "Oh, you don't look good at all."
We're on a timetable. Where's Thorn?
I just passed him. They set up a small campsite over here. Come with me. And you follow her as she leads you all through the camp, kind of towards a quieter section of it where Thorn has a stick out and is drawing in the dirt. Alright, so what I'm saying is we bring like a whole lot of centaurs, like all the centaurs. You know, like if I'm gonna be out scouting, I'm not just gonna be scouting with like 4 people. We need like a dozen centaurs to make it look. Oh, hey! He looks up and sees you both coming, and his face kind of drops as he sees that look of like a migraine on your face, that like half eye closed. Oh, how's it going?
Ichi. I'm sorry.
No.
Are you ready?
Looks between the others. You guys are better at this than me, honestly. You just tell me where I need to be, and I'll be there. Caraway looks up from where he was drawing in the dirt, and her face takes on a very concerned expression for a bear. Very well, Warden. Wherever you are going and whatever you all plan to do, return to us. You both are kind of important to this whole thing succeeding.
Great.
We'll do our best.
All
right.
Fuck. We didn't even talk to your dad.
We don't need to. You know him. You know if we tell him that this could help, you know he'll do it.
And you're sure he can?
I'm sure he can. I just don't know what's going to happen. But, and he looks at you as you hesitate, but I'm also sure that he'd be willing to take any risk.
I know. I hate all of this.
Hopefully it's over soon.
48 hours. Actually, turns to Ken. Just, Ken, how long have we been here?
It's really hard to tell, Ken. Real hard to tell. Few hours, maybe?
I don't know. I can't really tell time here. Everything's wacky.
That's not good
Just
for any of us. All right. Estimation. 30, no, 40,
40
let's say
hours. Let's call it
40, 45?
You know, I know we've talked about this a lot, Rose. As he kind of takes his arm around your shoulder and leads you back, like, towards the rest of the encampment to find somewhere safe where you guys can depart from. There's no guarantee that they're going to show up, like, at the 48-hour mark. That's kind of like window. It could be 40 hours from now. Could be 52. The important thing is that we take care of you, okay? And we get this, and he kind of like motions up over you as you're holding Snicker Snack in one hand and have the mask embedded in your other arm. Get this kind of figured out once and for all. Don't worry about the scouts. We'll be here in time, okay? And if they come back early, Taz can talk to them, get all the information. Doesn't mean we have to act immediately.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I really would feel better with like a finite number though. Can we say 45?
Yeah, let's do 45. That sounds good to me.
Perfect. 45 hours.
All right. 45 hours mark, and then Ken will like keep a countdown.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. Well, shall I see you off then?
Yeah. You have to stay. Stay with the army.
I do. But
Right.
you're in the best of hands. And I believe in you.
And also, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I heard him just running down the hallway. Graham. You can just put Joe in the...
He's just like, shit, they caught me. Run.
Exactly the look he had on his face when she stepped out of the room and looked at him like, Graham. He like sat down, his tail went back and forth like, I'm a good boy. I was just having a zoom.
No zoomies.
I mean, I've got Sky in the bedroom if you just want to put him in there. Okay. Yeah. All right then. Well, are you all ready?
Yeah, let's get this started.
Very well. I'll keep an eye on the armies. If anything comes up, I will send both of you a message. You can always get them back here, Rose, and I will see you shortly.
Yeah. He'll take just like a deep breath and then just put on a big smile. We'll be back.
Taz steps up towards you, gives you a big hug and a kiss, turns towards Thorn, gives him a huge hug and a kiss. You both be careful. I know you're just going to be in Sarno, but... I'll see you soon, both of you. She takes her hand up and begins casting the arcane spellwork in the air, and as she clicks her fingers, you all feel as that, like, sucking feeling in the center of your stomach pulls you all in together and deposits you out into the center of the morning wood. Grab some tokens.
Is magic still fucky here in the FeyWild?
Hasn't it always been?
Well, but extra.
You don't know.
That's fair.
I'm sure Nicholas and Mia and Stir fix magic in like 3
Yeah.
hours.
Right now.
I throw a fireball. No, I'm kidding.
Fireball.
Got it. Okay.
I didn't
Go
ask
ahead.
how small the room was. I said I cast fireball.
And only copied Thorn's token, of course.
Thorn ends up there by himself.
Ah, no. This wasn't
Don't
the
worry.
intention.
Echo's got his back.
There you go. Thorn and Oni's Echo.
Just getting rid of some of these excess tokens, and I'll go back and grab everybody else. All right. So as you all emerge in the familiar space of the morning wood, the kind of almost empty sound of the tavern compared to how you remember it, the lack of clattering dishware and jovial conversation. There's a few hushed conversations happening, and you can hear the squeaking of Fed rubbing a glass behind the counter and cleaning it. You look over and see Bastille is kind of elbow on the table, hand on his elbow, his eyes are closed, and as you all appear, you see his eyes kind of entirely open up and look at you, and there's a look of confusion and then happiness as he looks and sees both Rose and Thorn here. Well, I wasn't expecting you all to return. I thought you were going to go and bitch slap Titania.
Well, not yet.
Do you want it? Minor, bump in the road, as it were.
Oh, is something I should be aware of?
Yeah, it's something you're going to have to be very aware of. Can we sit?
Of course. Would you like me to get you some water from Fed?
Sure.
Kind of pushes himself up, and he's gonna walk over to the counter while you guys keep yourself seated around the table. He comes back with a platter of clean glasses with clean water in it and sets it down. Now, what's going on?
And Rose will just look at Thorn.
We need your help. So you know about Colin Day. Well, they're a little apprehensive about the situation, as we figured they would be. The whole masks were always a bit of a contentious subject. So we're
It's fair.
trying to separate her from Rose. And his eyebrow goes up. That's possible. Well, we had an idea. Yeah. So we told you about, or Rose told you about when they had to put Ken back together. I know we told that story 100 times around the campfire, but they want to do something similar. Go to a place where Rose's soul and Colin Day's soul and that one kind of points to Snickersnack. What have you done with him? Are you just holding him in your offhand?
No, they'll, if possible, I guess, if I can somehow strap him to my back, because it's, a giant greatsword.
Right. As
A little
you
big.
rested it, are you attuned to him? Did you take the little
Yeah,
interaction
I
to
would've
attune? Okay.
taken the hour.
Okay. As
Got
you
the ruby weave.
slap it onto your back, the vines that you'd seen grow across Ken's chest do the same thing, and he kind of grips himself to your chest. Thorn points at it. It's apparently a sentient sword that has a vendetta against bad dragons. Yeah, bad dragons. They want to put them all into a room together, and the hope is that we can destroy Holiday. He kind of like listens to all of this and nods. Then you would need divine power to create such a space. A demi-plane for you to be able to operate in. I will send a message for the grandmother. We'll get another lotus. We'll see this done for both of you.
About that,
He looks at you.
can't pull out of his lotus.
Yeah, Oni also. Deuce is the one that he's got. We have a couple.
We'll only need the one to do this. Kind of like looks between the two of you. It's almost as if the deal we made all those years ago is finally coming to pass. I needed a celestial lotus from you in order to save your friend. Now I actually do need one in order to save your friend.
Bastille,
Yes,
will this be too much?
of course not. I'm tougher than I look.
Please.
Roll me a persuasion check. Sheesh.
36.
He looks between you, looks over at Thorn with his eyes kind of not like welling up, but there's definitely concern in there. I do not think so. I can feel something slipping within me. I feared what it meant. And then when we opted not to take the extra time, there was relief. But whether this kills me or not, I will help you. And as he says that, you see like Thorn kind of like wince a bit. It would be my deepest honor to help you. You have risked everything for half a decade to help me. You have loved my son, who I thought lost, and I have loved you like a child. I would do anything for you. He reaches out his hand towards Ken. So allow me to see our deal through.
All right. I understand.
He stands up, kind of shaking, walks over, takes the flower from you, very gingerly. Wait right here. He's gonna walk over to Fed, who I meant to get the token back out for, and I forgot, and hand it to him. There's a hushed conversation that you overhear, Oni, of concern. Fed can see the toll this has been taking and does not want to refine the Lotus for him to use, but Bastille is insistent. Lies to him, tells him everything will be fine. You guys take probably another half an hour rest here. Rest for everyone except for Rose, who... It's like being at a heavy metal concert with another heavy metal concert going off at two exactly different BPMs and completely different beats. It's nothing but dissonant roars and claw slashes in your mind as the two of them wage unholy war against each other.
They'll just put their head down on the table.
About half an hour passes. You see a few flashes of arcane light from over where Fed works. Bastille comes back over with a steaming cup of blue tea. All right. I've never done anything like this before, but then again, every time I use one of these, I find myself capable of doing pretty much anything I can imagine, so I'm going to attempt to create a place for you all to fight, to work together. A place where you are separated from these voices, so that we can strike down the one you want. But as with your trek to put Ken back together, if you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. Something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Thorn looks at him. There's a little bit of his mouth starts to move, and then he doesn't say anything. Bastille looks over, and takes his hand and puts it on Thorn's hand. With his other hand, he picks up the teacup. Whenever you all are ready, then.
I think so. Thank you.
It is my honor. Takes his long swig of the tea, and as it does, you watch as his hair shimmers with this kind of cerulean blue light. The normal black hair that he has in the token has been almost completely replaced with white hair. And he looks gaunt and thin, but as the tea fills him, these crackling blue lines of energy fill out his face, and he looks whole and hale. His skin takes on this healthy tone, and he kind of leans back and takes a deep breath, and as his hand extends out before him, blue light gathers all around. He grasps his fist, and in a flash of magic, the world around you disappears. Let me pick up some other music here. I think this one should be fine. Yeah. Okay. As you feel the world around you shift away, this blue light washing over you, Rose, in your mind, the cries and screams, the clawing, the pain, the screeches of anger, blown away like dust in the wind. And it's silent. You hear your own voice, your own thoughts, your own subconscious almost breathe a sigh of relief. And you open your eyes. And as all of you do, you find yourself in a barren white landscape. Snow stretching out in every direction that you can see. And before you, a massive wall surrounding a city. A city built of stone and metal, and in the center, a massive spire that looks almost like a boat turned, like a boat that was wedged down into the ground, skewered into the sky. And before you, a man wearing golden armor, with golden eyes and golden hair, turns and faces the five of you. All right, warriors. We know what we are here to do. It is our duty to see the worm destroyed before she ascends. Come, let us see justice done. And that's where we're going to leave this session. As I leave us on this map, and with this music,
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
the city behind the wall burns, and you hear the cries of combat, of people being slain. You see white dragons darting in and out of a snowstorm that encompasses everything in every direction.
Good question. While he was making the tea, would that count as like a short rest?
Yeah. You guys definitely had time for a short rest. You
Yeah,
certainly
but
did between
between-
Rose's attunements, and Ken,
Yeah.
you 100% can do what you messaged me to do.
Yeah. Helm of awareness activate.
Right?
Yeah, it is.
Because I need it. Holy shit.
One last thing I will say, Rose, you look down at your form. Your right arm is your own again. No white shards of broken mask embedded in it. And there is no sword on your back.
No.
That's because it's him.
It's fine. Alright, so I take both of them off, right?
I need to take it off my list. Ooh.
No, all we gotta do is go kill Colin Day. Easy peasy.
I will
And
say, if
we can finally go assault
aggro,
Titania.
if we want to draw aggro, just call her Klondike.
Oh, man.
What will you do for a Klondike bar?
Would she be more or less mad if we hit her with her actual name, Glande? And then like a fake title, like the Tepid Winner or something.
The soft breeze.
Well, but great sword proficiency. It was fun while it lasted.
I'm sure you'll get
Goodbye,
that.
Snicker Snack.
I wasn't sure if there was going to be a narrative way to get Snicker Snack in Rose's hands, but Oni came in clutch.
Yeah, Oni puts a lot of thought into stuff, and like it kind of hits where we're at a point where he's got to say something, otherwise the point of no return hits, and we can't. So.
Right. Yeah.
I appreciate it. I couldn't figure out a way to have Thorn or Taz do it, and it made so much more sense. I had other options in play, but this makes more sense.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
Well-
Ken. We'll find you a new Snicker snack. We'll get you the harp that Eric.
Oh no. Absolutely not. I don't have the charisma to handle that thing.
There are a lot of.
Well, hey, just think,
Watch those-
right? Snicker Snack might go, right? But imagine you just sucking up this ancient dragon worm soul after we kill it with justice, and buffing that, slurp it up like some great spaghetti, except just a little undercooked because it's gonna be really cold.
Cold spaghetti.
Old spaghetti.
Mom's spaghetti.
Who knows? Maybe after your sword kills enough dragons, it becomes sentient on its own. Becomes a new Snicker snack.
Put more
Just-
chill, hopefully.
Right.
It'd be a sort of justice that wants to punish all evildoers.
Mhm. While maintaining justice, which means actually determining guilt before.
Right?
Executing.
Just-
Yeah, exactly.
It's the difference between lawful good and chaotic good.
Snicker Snack is kind of a guillotine. What we need is like a jury trial.
I mean, that would be kind of cool if you use a weapon enough that it gains its own sentience.
Hmm.
Be
That'd be pretty cool.
interesting, but yeah, I feel like it might go badly.
Sentience
Oni is
itself
just
is-
horrified as his hands become alive.
Yeah.
Just walking one day and his sword just starts talking like, hello? Hello?
Hello.
It's not even that. It's gaga, mama.
He's got like a... It's the fucking Heavensward relic from Final Fantasy all over again.
I don't remember that one.
You
Yeah.
actually raise up and nurture a spirit into like consciousness, and
That's
at the
pretty
end,
cool.
you get a minion because the spirit of your weapon you actually put it because it's alive. You get a little. I'll show it to you later on. Little anima spirit. It's like a
Mhm.
little
It's like a
fairy
little
guy.
Fairy doll.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yep, the
Have you
entire
not
like.
done the relic weapons for.
I don't know. No, I don't normally do them. I only do them if I really like the glamour, and I'm not a huge fan of a lot of glows.
Yeah, it was kind of tedious, but like it was pretty neat because every step of the way you find out more of spirits like waking up, and it actually starts communicating with you.
That's really cool.
Now we just get a little baby and Ken's sword. Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's part of the rule books where you can make your own sentient magic items.
It's in the DM's manual, which means that it's part of like
Yeah.
being a DM is making things like Snicker Snack. I was lucky enough that Snicker Snack presented himself and was just like, I'm an amazing solution to some problems, as well as some problems that need solutions.
Yeah, that's kind.
I wasn't even like, I didn't expect you guys to get out of there with everything. I figured the sword on her frickin' throne was
Right.
safe, but no.
The moment you showed it to us, we're like, yeah, we
That's
want
mine
it.
now.
It
I
was
know.
a Chekhov's gun situation. The second you showed us the sword, it had to be swung,
Mhm.
which meant we had to take it.
Yo.
I'm glad. It's been such a cool beat, and it offered such like fun narration. Like having him sensing the worm mask, but not knowing where it was coming from, had Ken completely on his toes because he's like, "Oh shit, it's a dragon! Oh no, we're under attack!" It's like, "No, it's right there. It's fine."
Just did some, questionable things and fucked some stuff up. It's fine.
Just put Rose dead.
I'm just glad
Yeah.
it went good between Rose and Stack, because that could have went any number.
Yeah.
You're lucky you have that minimum persuasion roll. But
Yeah.
he's still not 100% sold on you, but he definitely sees your perspective as probably the best course for now.
It's a good thing you're actually willing to get rid of it,
Yeah.
Imagine how mad he'd been if we got in there and you were like, "Yeah,
This is mine
I
now.
don't want to kill her. I just want to make her subservient. Can you do that?"